the spiller. We're ready, Mayor Kate.
Okay. Welcome everyone to the San Rafael City Council meeting for Monday, July 19th. I will request the city clerk to call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Present.
Councilmember Hill.
Present.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Present.
Councilmember Yarenz Galati is absent. Mayor Kate.
Present. Thank you. So good evening, everybody. If you're new to watching a council meeting, we have all of our cameras on so you get to see the staff and the people that work every single day on your behalf. So nice to see you, staff. I know we're going to be meeting in person soon enough, not as soon as we'd like it, but soon enough. So just a quick comment about that. We're very much looking forward to the time when we can be together. But we also want to recognize that masking recommendations have been changing. We want to be consistent with the community's expectation. So our original hope, and if you read the IJ, you would have seen this, was to have our first in-person meeting after Labor Day. But last Friday, Dr. Willis, he's the Marin County Public Health Officer, he released a recommendation that in indoor public spaces, masks are still recommended due to the increase of the Delta variant. So for that reason, we're going to monitor the situation through July, and we will let you know, we'll make a final decision the beginning of August as to whether we'll return around Labor Day or if we will push it back a month to October. When we do return, and we will get there, we all know that we will eventually get there, the meetings will be in a hybrid format, so the community can continue to participate from the comfort of their own homes. So stay tuned on that. I would like to include a land acknowledgement this evening. It includes the original indigenous people who have lived and are living today in San Rafael. This city is traditionally home to the Coast Miwok people, and we thank these original caretakers of the land and honor their continuing involvement in stewardship practices that benefit us all. So with those brief comments, I am going to turn it over to the city clerk to share how the public can participate.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. At this time, I would like to ask staff to turn off their cameras. And before we begin, I'd like to announce that tonight's City Council meeting will include Spanish language simultaneous interpretation provided by qualified interpreters on the Spanish Zoom channel now through completion of agenda item 6A. You can join the Spanish channel by clicking the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It does look like a globe. And we have posted the link to the Zoom meeting in the description of the video on YouTube. As a reminder, we ask that everyone participating tonight, please speak slowly to allow our interpreter to effectively express your comments. And at this time, I'm going to invite Charles up to repeat that same message in Spanish.
Antes de comenzar, queremos anunciar que la Junta esta noche incluirá la interpretación simultánea al español por medio de los intérpretes calificados en el canal de español de Zoom a partir de ahora hasta completar el artículo agendado número 6.a. Se puede unir al canal de español por hacer clic en el icono de interpretación en la barra de herramientas de Zoom para ese globo terráqueo. También publicamos un vínculo para la Junta en Zoom en la descripción del video en YouTube. Ojo, pedimos que todos los participantes hablen despacio para permitir que el intérprete exprese los comentarios de una manera eficaz.
Thank you. This meeting is being recorded and streamed live to YouTube, and viewers can provide comments by telephone by calling 669-900-9128 and using the meeting ID 899-2635-9885#, or they can comment and watch directly through Zoom using the link on the agenda. If you are commenting over the telephone, please press *9 when Mayor Kate opens the public comment period. And once you've heard the notification that the host is inviting you to speak, we'll request that you press *6 to unmute yourself. And if you're commenting through Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature to let us know you'd like to speak and wait until you've been unmuted. Closed captioning is available for this meeting, and I'll include the link in the Zoom chat below, and it's also included under YouTube's description in the video. Thank you, Mayor Kate.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. We did not have any open session or closed session prior to this meeting. So now it's time for open time for public expression. Any item not on tonight's agenda. The City Clerk will invite you to participate now.
Thank you. If there's anyone from the public that wishes to provide public comment, please use the raised hand feature. I do see some hands raised. I'd like to remind everyone we have our timer on video for 2 minutes. So Right at 2 minutes, I am going to mute you. So just a heads up in advance, please keep an eye on that timer. We're ready for you, Jason.
Okay, yeah, I just want to talk about I know you guys got some people protected in the safe homeless camp, and on the same day that you put those people in the camp, you passed a emergency ordinance about criminalizing homelessness. And I just want to let you know that I'm really concerned about how you can provide safety for some and not the others. And I also want to let you know that there's no shelter space available in Marin County right now. There's no immediate space available, which is what an officer would need to do to cite somebody for homelessness. And I just want you to be very clear that if people start getting citations, that the California Homeless Union will be down there investigating very actively. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much letting me having a chance to talk to council members, public comments meeting. My name is Sunny Lee. I have been living in Santa Fe, south of Albert Park for the last 20 years. And I just found out last night that there's a plan on option of thinking about Santa Fe Public Library to relocate to B Street, which is somewhat new to me. The information I read on Marin IJ. And I'm a very dedicated Santa Fe Library patron. I go there almost weekly. I know almost everybody there. I love Santa Fe Library very much. Also, I've been to many libraries in Marin County. So I could compare what Santa Fe Library is different than other libraries in the Marin County. I'm concerned about moving the Santa Fe libraries to B Street. This is a very residential street. There's a lot of traffic to Safeway. I don't think it's a good fit for the 59,000 patrons that libraries serve to come to B Street. I think it's a much better situation traffic-wise. The current location of E between 5th and Mission is much ideal because of the road that connects it will handle the traffic that goes through. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Terrific. This is Ava Crisanti, and I'm calling with regard to the unusual sanctioned camp that you created under a freeway overpass. I'm particularly concerned after visiting the site and interviewing some of the unhoused people who were the reluctant guests of this camp, which was established by your police department's, quote, mental health liaison, unquote. That's Lynn Murphy. And I want to point out how shocking it is that anyone who gets the title of mental health liaison, and I would suggest that she's ill-equipped for that position to begin with, but really how shocking it is and how revealing it is about your city that the mental health liaison established a sanctioned encampment underneath a freeway overpass. I just think you should just meditate on that for a little while because it's pretty shocking. I also want to point out that I did a CPRA to the city of San Rafael, not the one that revealed the infamous email messages from Mayor Kate Collin and from Andrew Henning, but the one that requested merely information about Lynn Murphy's credentials to serve as a, quote, mental health liaison. And I received in response 6 documents, none of which listed her prior experience, which I thought was pretty telling. I'd like to advise you that Andrew Henning's departure was really not sufficient. You need to have an actual mental health liaison. They shouldn't be marching around in a police officer uniform, and that sanctioned encampment needs to be shut down. Thank you.
That concludes public comment, Mayor Kate.
Thank you so much. And as folks know, I can't comment on items not on the agenda, so I will direct people to our city website as well as the snapshot. We did have a presentation around homelessness the last couple, I think the last one was June 21st. And we can talk, there was discussion of the support service area, as well as, so we talked about that. And then, the library. So, and you can also subscribe to Snapshot. And I will say that Lynn Murphy is unique among all the jurisdictions. We're the only jurisdiction that has that role. And we are proud to have her on staff and to help create trust and connect with folks that are unhoused to get them on the path to permanent supportive housing. So with that, I will move on to the city manager's report. City Manager Schutz.
Thank you, Mayor Kate and Council. I have a few updates and announcements this evening, and I'm going to again try to remind myself to speak slowly because I know we're being interpreted. The City Council recently received an update on the Canal Public Mural Project at 3301 Kerner Boulevard and the future Terra Linda Public Art Project. That happened at one of your recent City Council meetings. The mural at the Kerner Boulevard site is already up and looks fantastic. It's gorgeous and adds a lot to that neighborhood. The Terra Linda group is called the San Rafael Social Justice Community Art Group, and they've partnered with Youth and Arts to start the design process. So the one in the canal being just recently completed, the one in Terra Linda, the design process is underway, and the mural is proposed, or the public art is proposed at Arbor Park in Terra Linda. Youth and Arts has a mentorship program for young student artists, and they selected 10 youth artists to work with the lead artist, Oren Carpenter, for the piece that will ultimately be created at Arbor Park. I wanted to bring it up tonight because there's a meeting tomorrow. The San Rafael Public Art Advisory meeting is tomorrow afternoon from 3 to 4, July 20th from 3 to 4. And it is open to the public if anyone wants to hear more about the design process and the students' work regarding the public art project that's being planned for Arbor Park in Terra Linda. The information is in our news site on the city's website at cityofsanrafael.org, or you could also type in the giant search bar at the city's main website, Public Art Advisory Group, and it's the very first thing that pops up. So if anyone's interested, there's the meeting tomorrow, but then also we will be bringing this back to the full city council when there's a design to share with the council. So this is certainly not the last time you'll hear about it. I had in my comments a few updates from the service support area between 5th and Mission. And I know Mayor Kate, you mentioned that we're not allowed to get into a back and forth with on items that are not on the agenda, but I had pre-planned a few comments that I'll share with you now. We have 36 of the sites taken at that site at the service support area between 5th and Mission. The team has been connecting people with other housing options and paths to permanent housing. For example, we have a Project Room Key site in San Rafael, which are hotel rooms. And there are about 40 people that had previously been experiencing homelessness that are now being able to take advantage of the hotel rooms. For our service support area, we were able to take advantage of 5 vacancies that they had at the time and fill all of those 5 vacancies with people that were previously living outdoors. 11 people in the service support area now have case managers assigned to them, which is an important beginning phase of the path to housing. 4 people were nearing completion of obtaining housing vouchers. So they'll be working with their case managers and social workers to be able to move to apartments in the not too distant future. There's another site I'm going to talk about briefly. This morning, Mayor Kate and Councilmember Kurtz and staff toured Homeward Bound's shelter site on Kerner Boulevard that they are operating until the new shelter and permanent supportive housing site opens on Mill Street at their former location. And that project will have 32 new units along with the emergency shelter. So that's going to be a fantastic addition to getting people housed. The Kerner site, where they are actively right now running a shelter, will then be rehabilitated into 44 new permanent supportive housing units right here in San Rafael. So that's also great news. We do have access to additional beds at the Homeward Bound Kerner location. They do have vacancies that they are making available for people coming through our service support area. And we'll be working to move people to that site that would like to be able to locate there. The advantages of that particular site is that it's indoors. We learned today on our tour that there are 2 full meals today that are cooked at Homeward Bound's commercial kitchen and brought to the site, and plus available on-site food throughout the day. There's a game room, socializing kind of room, kitchen area, movie area, indoor restrooms, mobile showers that are at the site, computer access, and probably best of all, the amazing Homeward Bound staff taking care of everything and everyone at that site and providing that path to long-term housing. We do have some of the park and ride sites under the freeway that are closed, but I wanted to make sure that our community knew that the park and ride site north of Mission Avenue is open and has had space available each day. Public Works staff is adding available spaces at that park and ride by clearly delineating the parking stalls as well to be able to add more spaces there. And the city's parking services division are bagging the nearby meters that are along that area to allow for additional free commuter parking. So other than offering spaces at the Project Homekey site and the Homeward Bound site, which can happen very quickly because those are already available, the next big development for the service support area will be the County of Marin's effort to increase the case managers, social workers to get people connected with the new emergency housing vouchers in order to rent apartments. And this is the program that the city of San Rafael funded $260,000 of American Rescue Plan Act funds, and other Marin cities and towns are joining the County of Marin in this effort. It does take a little longer to go through that voucher process than being able to quickly move someone into a vacant hotel room or shelter, but it is the long-term housing that we all want, and the case management and the outcome is absolutely worth it, and is the purpose of the service support area. That's not intended to be a place where people are staying for a long time. We want to be able to get people housed in these other options and ultimately take advantage of these vouchers and the permanent supportive housing units that are being built in San Rafael and throughout Marin. I'm gonna move on and I feel like at every city council meeting, I should make mention of Marin Municipal Water District and the drought. There were tightened restrictions earlier this month, limiting spray irrigation to 1 day per week. San Rafael's day is Tuesdays. So that's the day that we're allowed to water with spray irrigation, and drip irrigation is limited to any 2 days per week. For updates, it's Marin Municipal Water District their website is marinwater.org. And then /water rules is where you can find all the latest information. A couple other just really quick announcements. There is going to be a Marin County Job Fair on August 3rd all day. And it's a great opportunity to match up job seekers and employers. I won't go into a lot of detail, but you can find all of the information. The easiest place I found, because there's quite a long link to register for it, but if you go to the Chamber of Commerce, the San Rafael Chamber of Commerce webpage, it's the very first thing on their webpage. It's srchamber.com, and you could very easily register to either be to make jobs available or to seek jobs. And San Rafael is registered to be able to let everyone know of the jobs that we have available at the city. Lastly, my final reminder of this report is just to make sure everyone knows the farmers market's still continuing every Thursday, downtown on 4th between 5 and 8, and Dining Under the Lights continues Thursdays and Fridays between 5 to 9. And hopefully with this great weather, people will be able to take advantage of that, with the main purpose being support our local businesses and supporting our local merchants. So thank you for the time, Mayor Kate, and I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Jim. I will now turn it to my colleagues for any report outs of meetings that they have attended. I will start with the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I attended the board meeting of the Central Marin Sanitation Agency. This is our wastewater treatment plant that's located on Anderson Drive. We too were talking about the drought and options and opportunities that may be available for recycled water from the wastewater treatment plant. We've already have in process a application to add a second non-potable water truck fill station. Our sanitation trucks use this water for flushing sewers and doing some construction type work. It's only secondarily treated, so it's not useful for landscape irrigation, but it can be used in industrial purposes. So we're doubling our capacity to do that. We've also brought forward a very detailed study that we performed in 2016, which looked at very specific recycled water projects, like where we could run pipes to distribute recycled water. We're going to be putting that up on our website and distributing widely the executive summary of that report, so that people can be aware of the volume and the potential that exists at the wastewater treatment plant as we accept that what we now call a drought is really going to be our normal going forward, and we need to look for new sources of water in Marin County. So that's my update.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Kurtz.
Hi. First, if anyone, I'm getting a couple texts asking what happened. No wild story. It's my love of the sun. So a little bit of skin cancer, got it removed. All is good. I got the all clear. So now I'm just in the healing process. So someone said I should say I fell off a motorcycle, but I'm not going to go there. So I have a couple of meetings that I have to update everyone on. Jim mentioned a couple of them around the economic development subcommittee that we're on, and the conversation around the farmers market. And for those who have been attending the farmers market, you've noticed that there have been some decrease in the number of vendors and everything else. So we've been working with both AIM as well as the business BID, business, help me.
Improvement District.
Improvement District, thank you. To make sure that it's working for everybody. So some changes will be happening there. So that's good news. And also I wanted to also tag on to the comment around the job fair. So San Rafael Age Friendly Group is also actively working around that job fair to provide information to the senior community of potential job possibilities, as many of the jobs are can be part-time or not, a lower amount of time that, maybe people would be able to participate in those. Attended a couple of meetings around our support service area and homelessness, and that is a continuing conversation. So this is not a solution that is a one and done. It's a continuing conversation that we'll be having going forward. We all participated in, and I'll just share with the public, the interviews for a number of positions, and I'm hoping the city manager can come back in or the clerk at some point to be able to update all those. But we had the interviews for the library trustee, planning commission, design review board, and the fire commission. So huge thanks to all the applicants. We had a number of applicants for these positions and great conversations. Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority, NWPA. Obviously, there's a lot of conversation happening right now as we are in fire season, which is extending longer and longer these days. A couple of actions were taken at the board meeting. Bruce Goins will continue next year as the president, and Supervisor Dennis Rodoni will continue as the vice president. There is a recommendation to have a second vice president to help in succession planning, as well as more focus on governance. So we'll be doing some work in that area. And I believe that is it for me. Thank you
so much. Councilmember Hill.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Kate. Between last meeting and this meeting, I attended no subcommittee meetings that I was assigned. However, I would just remind folks about where we are with the drought. City Manager Schutz took a lot of what I was going to say, but I was able to procure a flume device using the rebate provided by the MMWD site. Please go there. I will say that it is only usable in single family homes. Obviously, we would prefer that every person can have access to this, but this is a great tool to have real-time access to your water usage. And a reminder again, Tuesday is San Rafael Day for sprinkling for our plants. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hill. And I'll just report out on SMART, the Sonoma Marin Area Rapid Transit. We had good news that San Rafael was a beneficiary from the Quick Strike program, which is a program through the Metropolitan Transportation Safe and Seamless funding source. So SMART received additional funding of $1.9 million for the 0.85 mile McGinnis to Smith Ranch Road segment in San Rafael. SMART will be matching $540,000 of Measure Q funds to that. So that is great news. It's another segment of the path that is adjacent to the railway. So wanted to share that. And to follow up on Councilmember Kurtz's sharing of our boards and commissions, that was a 4-hour meeting. We had excellent candidates. We interviewed a lot of people. So City Clerk, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, thank you. So for the Planning Commission, the City Council reappointed John Previtali. For the Design Review Board, Jeff Kent was reappointed and Sharon Kowalski was appointed. For the Fire Commission, Nadine Atia Haid was reappointed. And for the Board of Library Trustees, Jamie Cortez was reappointed and Alex Badat was appointed.
Thank you so much, City Clerk. And for anyone who's interested in participating, you can go to the city website, both on that page, you scroll down to the bottom, it says if you want to volunteer, and there's some links there, or you can go to the City Clerk page, get on her list and find out whenever there are vacancies coming up. So thank you all. Let's move on to the consent calendar. Are there any items that my colleagues would like to hold from the consent calendar? Okay, not seeing any. I got to speak slower, sorry. If no, I will open the public comment on the consent agenda.
Thank you. If you are participating tonight and wish to provide public comment, please press *9 if you're on the telephone or use the raised hand feature. Again, this will just be for items on the consent calendar. I see no public comment.
Thank you. I will close the public comment and bring it back to the council for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Now second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy. Aye. Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye. That motion carries 4-0. The first agenda item, or second agenda item, is the City Council redistricting process. And I see Assistant City Attorney Lisa Goldfein has joined us. I will turn it over to you.
Good evening, Mayor Kate and City Council members. 3 years ago, the City Council conducted a public process to establish electoral districts for the election of City Council members. Through that process, the city established 4 electoral districts designated as 1 South, 2 West, 3 East, and 4 North. The city's first district election occurred last November for council members representing the 1 South and 4 North districts. The first elections in districts 2 West and 3 East will be held on November 8th, 2022. The state elections code requires that the city conduct a redistricting process again this year to make adjustments to the existing districts to reflect new city population data collected by the 2020 decennial US Census. The new census data is due to be released this summer, and we will soon be starting the redistricting process. This report is being presented to introduce the City Council and the public to the elements of the upcoming process and to introduce the legal and demographic consultants staff has hired to guide the city through the process. Tonight we have with us attorney Christopher Scannell from the Santa Fe law firm of Nielsen Merksimer, who also advised the city in the 2017-2018 redistricting process. We will also be relying again on the demographic services of Doug Johnson and his associates at National Demographics Corporation, and Kristen Parks of that firm is also joining us tonight. Mr. Scannell is going to provide an overview of the requirements and timeline for the redistricting process, and I'm going to turn this over to him now.
Good evening, all. It's good to be back. It seems like it was only just yesterday that we were going through this process last time. Here we are. And so I'm going to walk through, I have a brief presentation, talk a little bit about the timeline and the process that we're going to be going through, open it up obviously for questions at the end. We're not going to get too far into, deep substance this evening. This is really more sort of a preview. Kind of a kickoff for the, to let everybody understand what the timeline is, what we're going to be looking at doing. The first question I want to start with, because I'm getting it from a lot of jurisdictions, we only did this, 2 years ago, why again so soon? And, as Lisa alluded to, the main reason is the census. Both as a matter of California state statutory law and U.S. Supreme Court case law, all jurisdictions that have electoral districts are required every 10 years to review their numbers and make sure that their districts are roughly equal in population, based on the updated numbers that come out from the census. And so, that's what's driving this process. That's why we're doing it, even though we drew the lines only in 2018, the current lines. They were based on population data from the 2010 census. And so, the underlying data that we were relying on are 10 years old. And so we're due for an update and to confirm and see what the numbers look like. Unfortunately, normally in a census year, we get the numbers by April 1st of the year ending in 1. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, that's not the case this time. And I'll talk a little bit more about the timing, but long story short, the census data have been delayed by a number of months. We're expecting them soon, finally, but we don't have them as we usually would. But what we do have, Lisa mentioned National Demographics. They're the demographic firm that worked at the city last time around, has compiled a series of population estimates based on some additional numbers that are put out by the Census Bureau on an annual basis. And so we can look at them and kind of start to get a sense of what we think the population balance is going to look like. It comes with the caveat that these may be very different from the actual census. Obviously circumstances are different. This may not pick up some growth, et cetera. But we do tend to think that Santa Fe and Marin County more generally is a more stable population than a lot of other places. And so those estimates are probably going to be reasonably accurate, even with the caveat that there may be some differences. And so what we see here, having pulled those numbers, is that the populations are actually have diverged somewhat since we did this based on the 2010 census. We think that the ideal population based on these estimates for the districts is going to be, about 14,700. And you can see here what the estimated population of each of the 4 districts are. And, using those numbers, we're able to calculate a deviation for each of the districts. When basically that deviation is how far off of the ideal is that district. So District 1 is about 650 people larger than the ideal. It's about 4.4% deviation, larger than the ideal. And so factoring that in for each of the districts, you see District 2 is about 3.25% underneath the ideal. District 3 is almost 7% under, and District 4 is considerably higher, 5.5%. And so what we do once we have all of those numbers calculated is we take the largest number, so the negative 6.8, and the smallest and then the largest. And so the negative 6.8 and the 5.63, and we add them together, leaving off the minus sign. And 6.8 and 5.63 adds up to 12.43%. And so that's what's known as the deviation for the plan as a whole, the total deviation. And the Supreme Court has said through a series of cases that anything over 10% is presumptively unconstitutional. So assuming that these numbers turn out to be a fairly accurate representation of what the final census looks like, the long story short is there's going to need to be some changes, some shifts to balance that population back out again. Probably some territory from 4 into 3 to balance that, and then maybe also from 1 into 3. I'm sorry, 2, 1 into 2. Typo on my slide there. So that's really kind of going to be the overarching piece of this is balancing those populations. So in terms of process for where we're going and how to do it, starting at the far end, state law sets a deadline based on the next election date. And so counting back from that, the state deadline to adopt the final adjusted boundaries is April 17th of next year. And if we don't meet that deadline, then it goes to the Marin Superior Court to draw the lines. I don't see any reason that we shouldn't be able to. And our timeline that we're going to be talking about should give us plenty of time. And in fact, we build in some extra time, some cushion, because we realize that the registrars tend to need to get the lines earlier than the statutory deadlines. They have to take them. They have to reassign all the voters. They have to make sure everybody's in the right place. It's not just a simple, one-day process. They need a little bit of time to make sure everything's in order. So we always build an extra cushion in besides. So April 17th to end, so when do we start? I mentioned that the census is delayed. We're anticipating that the Census Bureau has announced that their data are going to be released on August 16th. And so that's kind of the kickoff, the actual start of all of this in terms of actually substantively starting, down the line. Once the Census Bureau releases the data, however, there's an additional step that didn't exist last time. The California has adopted new rules that requires the California statewide database at UC Berkeley to adjust the census data so that people who are incarcerated in state prisons are, instead of being counted at the location of the prison, are reassigned back out to their last known place of residence, if they can do it. And so the state has estimated that they're going to take somewhere between 4 and 6 weeks to be able to get that process completed. And then once that's done, state law requires that then there be an additional 3-week delay before any maps are produced by the city. Now, the public can produce maps and submit them to the city's sort of suggestions before that, but the city's consultants can't be producing maps before that date. So we're looking at probably the first maps starting to be drawn, late October, early November, or thereabouts. And so, that's obviously a few months away. What are we doing? Well, in addition to the requirement that the California statewide database do these adjustments, the legislature has amended the process of redistricting just more generally. It's added a bunch of procedural considerations that didn't exist before. It's added a bunch of substantive criteria that didn't exist before. And the one that plays into this timeline is, instead of the 2 hearings that were required 10 years ago for redistricting, now there's at least 4. And in addition to that, there are certain requirements for when they have to be conducted and how. And one of the key requirements is that at least one of those 4 public hearings has to be held before any of the maps are drawn by the city. So, yes, we have until probably October or November before maps can be drawn, but we have stuff to be doing in the meantime. And so, of the four, at least one has to be before the maps, at least two have to be after, and then the fourth one can be either before or after. It's kind of up to the discretion of the city. And then at least one has to be held on Saturday, Sunday, or weekend. I'm sorry, Saturday or Sunday or an evening. Obviously, with evening city council meetings, that's a fairly easy piece to do. There are also some additional rules in terms of noticing, the requirements in terms of conducting the hearings at specific times. So, the goal is to make sure that people, instead of sitting at a city council meeting, from 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock when it comes up on the agenda, are told exactly when that hearing is going to be held so they can participate at that fixed time. And in fact, if the council gets to that time, and they're in the middle of an agenda item, they can finish that item, but then they have to move the redistricting matter forward if they haven't reached that point yet. There are requirements for translation into specified languages, in this case, Spanish, although, obviously, San Rafael is already doing that anyway. And, there are requirements in terms of recording meetings and making sure that those recordings and records are available shortly after the hearings, within 2 weeks.
Chris, if I could hop in and just take a moment so I can toggle out our interpreter. It'll just take 1 moment. We're ready for you. Thank you, Chris.
I'm sorry. Okay. In addition to the hearing requirements, the state has also adopted some new outreach requirements. The city now has an obligation to do media outreach, outreach to good government and civil rights and civic engagement groups. Now, say a new requirement, when we did this in 2017, the city already did those things. So it's not like that's new for San Rafael, but it's an obligation instead of just, kind of going above and beyond. And also there's a requirement to allow members of the public to submit maps either in written form or, in electronic form. And there are various ways that can be done. And maybe the other big one is a requirement that the city establish a website. So this is something we'll be working on over the next few weeks. Has to establish and maintain a website with all of the information that comes through the process. So agendas and notices and draft maps and minutes and video recordings, all of that stuff needs to be put on the website. So there's one-stop shopping for this process, and it has to be maintained for 10 years. And so basically, you'll have the 2021 redistricting website until 2031, and then you'll build the 2031 redistricting website. So, it's basically a way for people to be able to go to one particular spot, have all the information they need about the process, anything that they could possibly want to know. And so what we've done and are presenting this evening is a timeline that takes all of these factors into account. Takes into account the census delay, takes into account the hearing requirements, takes into account everything. And so what we're proposing in terms of city council meetings, I'm not going to go through all the detailed stuff here, but we're anticipating an initial city council meeting in September, kind of to get it a little bit more into the substance of how these lines are going to be drawn, sort of the requirements, the criteria, maybe a little bit more information about the demographics. And then some outreach in September, October. We're anticipating that then that first of those 4 public hearings would be at the September 22nd meeting. And the purpose of that, and we'll talk a little bit more about it, is really to get feedback from the community about the current districts and also the communities of interest that make sense for representational purposes in the city. And this is something that we went through last time, people providing their feedback about the communities. And we used planning areas, and we used public testimony and all sorts of things to identify them. Now that piece of it takes place again before the maps are drawn. And then we're anticipating that the November 17th meeting, there will be one more hearing, pre-map hearing, for people to come in and provide that additional information. And that's when the council having gotten all of that feedback, we'll have an opportunity to, kind of adopt any directions for the demographer, in terms of drawing the maps, any additional feedback that it wants to in terms of the lines and how to go about doing it. And then we're anticipating that the first maps will come back in January, and the demographers, the national demographics, will be presenting those initial maps based on the council's instructions and based on all of the feedback from the community and from you on the council. We've tried not to schedule anything during the holiday season. So we'll have those first maps in January. And then, an additional hearing, the fourth and final public hearing in March. And again, the final deadline is April. So we've built in that extra time that, if for whatever reason we're not able to land on a final map at that March 9th meeting, there's still a little bit of time we could come back and make further refinements if necessary. And so that's the sort of big picture timeline that we're talking about. The one other thing, and I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here, as I said, this is just a kickoff, but the one other change that the legislature has made is with respect to the criteria. For those of you who did this last time, you might remember that there's sort of the general rule is that there are some very broad federal requirements, equal population, which we talked about, the Voting Rights Act, and related to that, no racial gerrymandering. But in 2017, when we did this, once you were within those federal requirements, and those are very kind of broad in most cases, all of the rest of it was discretion. The council had it within its discretion to do pretty much whatever made sense as a matter of policy. This time around, the legislature has changed that. They've adopted specific criteria and said, you need to use these criteria to draw your lines, and you need to do them in this order. And those are the ones in the blue box there. So the number one most important is contiguity, usually fairly simple. But beneath that, the second most important is avoiding the division of neighborhoods and communities of interest. So that's why those pre-map hearings are so important, is to nail those down. And then the third most important is easily identifiable boundaries. So that's, streets, the freeway, railroad tracks, things that people can see, natural and man-made boundaries that people can see and understand as their district boundaries. And finally, the compactness of the population, so it's not just meandering all over, picking up little pockets of population here and there. And then finally, if you've met all of those, then you can start to think about other sort of traditional criteria that historically have been taken into account. So, trying to, for example, minimizing the number of voters who get shifted from one election cycle to the other. So, they don't vote twice in a row or skip an election, that sort of thing, or maybe future population growth, what have you. But those traditional sort of factors that have been taken into account, those are really subordinate to the ones in the blue category that the legislature has laid out. And so, with that sort of broad overview, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. I know that Kristen is also on the line and happy to answer questions. It's great to be back.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Thank you. It is nice to see you again. And help maybe if you stop screen sharing, that way it's probably easier for us to see each other, although we might have you call them up. I'm sure I know I have a couple questions, but let me start with my colleagues. Vice Mayor Bushy.
Thanks so much, Chris. I'm just at a high level, very surprised at the elaborateness of this process. So each step is absolutely mandatory. We have to go through all of that. There's no sort of de minimis exception. I think, and maybe I'm wrong, but I had this sort of perception that there wasn't going to be much of a change, so there might be a few a tweak or two around the edge. I certainly didn't envision this elaborate of a process. I mean, we'll be seeing you almost every month.
That's true. I think, if you'd have asked me that question 4 years ago, I would have said, yeah, you probably wouldn't have had a huge process for several reasons. One, I didn't expect that there would be nearly the change in population that there is, so that we talked about that 12%. I'm a little surprised by that, just given that Marin's population tends to be fairly stable. But we'll see. As I said, I think those estimates, we have reason to think that they're probably reasonably accurate. So, that's a big part of it. But also then the legislature in 2019 completely rewrote all the rules. and made it a much more involved and complicated process. It used to be you had to have two public hearings max, or minimum, I guess. And if you were under that 10%, you could just kind of stick with your current map and just go. And now they've really kind of ramped up that process and imposed a lot more requirements, a lot more hoops to jump through. And so it may be at the end of the day that the changes are fairly minor. I mean, when we went through this process in 2017, 2018, we already did a lot of this analysis. What are the city's neighborhoods, et cetera. So maybe we'll end up pretty much kind of where we are now with some adjustments for the population, but we still have to go through the whole process.
Right. Well, we'll look forward to seeing you frequently then.
Likewise. I always enjoy doing these processes near home.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Kate, and thank you, Chris, for that presentation. I had similar line of questioning that Vice Mayor had. That was helpful. I think, at least as a community member before I joined council, I appreciated the transition to the district-based elections. I think that this is a good move, irrespective of the demand for it. But I'm looking forward to the process, and thanks for laying it out.
Okay, Councilmember Kurtz, do you have any questions?
No questions. I mean, I went through the process on the school board because we also went through a school district districting process. And so very similar. In agreement, it's a heavy lift, but I think it's a good opportunity to bring out the community. And I think having gone through this, it's also, coming up again so frequent, so early, I think people will be more aware of it and more educated about that process.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Chris and Kristen, for being here. I had just two questions. One is, you talked about the August 16th date. Not that we don't trust government, but what happens if that date slips? Because we have that hard stop on the back end. Would that also move out?
Yeah, we do have some flexibility in this schedule, fortunately. If we need to push things back a little bit, that would be doable. I do expect the Census Bureau to hit that date because they've already told a federal judge that they're going to. So they're dealing with their own, they have their own reasons to make sure they don't miss it. So I would be surprised if it, but if it does, we'll make it work.
Okay, that's great. And then I was surprised under the statutory criteria. I remember when we went through this not that long ago, we had a lot of discussion about how do we try to have a minority majority Latinx population. And that's not even listed as a criteria, but that to me was one of the fundamental parts of the California Voting Rights Act. So that's, speak to that. Seems like a disconnect to me.
Absolutely. It actually is there in two places. And as I said, I kind of glossed over them quickly, but the first is the Voting Rights Act, federal law, Voting Rights Act. To the extent we're able to draw a minority district, it may require that. And so that's one piece of it. And the other is that when we did this in 2017, even though, part of it was related to Latino community, but there was more to it than just that, right? I mean, if you recall, it was also a certain shared language and culture, and there was the issue of renter versus home ownership, and that all sort of fits into that community of interest discussion that we talked about. So it's still going to be a factor. That was what underlay the creation of the districts last time, and it'll be a part of it this time as well.
It just seems interesting that under the statutory criteria, it didn't say adherence to the California Voting Rights Act as one of those four, but be that as it may, I know that we are looking at it broadly, so that is great. Let me open up the public comment and see if there are any questions or comments on this, and then I'll bring it back to the council and to our experts.
Thank you. To comment on Zoom, please use the raised hand feature. If commenting by phone, please press *9. Once you've heard the notification that the host is inviting you to speak, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to provide public comment, and then we will be muted. They'll be muted once time has elapsed. Additionally, if you're planning to provide public comment in Spanish, please indicate that in the beginning so our interpreter is prepared for consecutive interpretation. If I could also request our timer. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm surprised I'm the first one to comment. It's not a good sign. Yeah, I wanted to add some perspective. I had reached out to the Mexican American Legal Defense and Education Fund about a year ago regarding the highly segregated nature, both of San Rafael, city of San Rafael, and of the county in general. As you know, our county is the most racially segregated county in the entire state of California, and San Rafael has one of the most segregated neighborhoods within that highly segregated county, and that's the Canal District. So it's fascinating to me to watch, Kate Collin, Mayor Kate Collin, and all the other non-Latina and non-Latino people on this board discuss the Voting Rights Act and discuss redistricting. And there just seems to be a severe disconnect, but it's consistent with other severe disconnects I see from leadership within the city of San Rafael, specifically coming from Mayor Kate Collin. But I do think that, there should be some sort of way to at least make sure the next time you're having this discussion that your quote unquote experts, as Mayor Kate Collin describes them, includes people from your own community who have to contend with you as their leadership. And by that, I mean, for once, have people discuss this issue who are from the Canal District. That would be really a big improvement. But again, the number one racially segregated county in the nation, San Rafael being the location of one of the most segregated areas within that highly segregated county, and in an all-white city council, or totally non-Latino, you just got to.
Hello, my name is Sunny Lee. I actually have much to say except the previous public comment made by someone that I do not know her name. I am sorry. This is a criticism that I will not take address to our mayor and city council members, working best we could do. As a resident of San Rafael, I work really hard to equal opportunity for everybody. I've been helping disabled families. I've been helping low-income families. I do my best. This is not a forum to criticize the mayor or council members in publicly without even saying the person's name. I would not accept that public comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, council members and Mayor Collin. This is Kiki Laporta. I'm speaking on behalf of Sustainable San Rafael. And I'm hoping that you might be able to comment on the outreach to our communities in San Rafael who do not speak English as their first language in terms of the impact on their communities relative to the redistricting process. And I also want to commend you for your efforts at inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you.
It appears there's no further public comment.
Thank you. I will close the public comment and bring it back. Because we've done this so recently, we actually know what we've done in terms of partnering with our community partners especially in the Canal area and for our non-English speakers. But Kristen, if you could speak to that about the outreach. We can talk about what we've done before, but really, what are we going to do this time? Because that was something that was really important to San Rafael, and I think we did a great job last time, and we always want to do that and even better. But if you could speak to that.
Yeah, I agree that the process last time we had several meetings in the canal specifically. We did quite a bit. As we sit here right now, we don't have a specific plan set down, but as I said, state law does require that we do that outreach, and we fully intend to. And we'll be working with city staff and also with National Demographics to have a plan to make exactly that type of outreach. We recognize that was a key factor in why the process several years ago was as successful and as collaborative as it was. And so there will be every effort to do the same again this time. We're not going to be forgetting the canal or any other part of the city.
And I can add to that a little bit, just that under state law, the city is required to make a good faith effort to conduct outreach, and it lists exactly to the types of groups that outreach needs to be conducted to, and specifically says language minority communities. Mm-hmm. Now, there's also a requirement for providing interpretation for the redistricting meetings, and recently published from the Secretary of State, the only language applicable to San Rafael is Spanish. What that means is that any community member that requests live translation or interpretation, right, which you're providing tonight, within up to 72 hours before the meeting, right, under law, then that's required to be provided. So that's a couple more ways in which the language accessibility is something that's actually coming down mandated from the state.
Wonderful, thank you for that. So additional comments or questions? I'll call on my colleagues. Vice Mayor Bushy. Okay, additional comments, Councilmember Hill? Okay, Councilmember Kurtz, additional comments?
No, but as a data geek, I loved this process, because it's all the number crunching and shifting. And so I enjoyed it when we were doing with the schools. I loved participating as a community member when the city was part of it. Attended many of the meetings and looked at the maps and tried to do my own map and the whole thing. So looking forward to the process.
Thank you. And I'll just add that, as Chris, as you just said, we don't have our plan yet, but we will have that online tool. We already know that we had before, maybe a little how-to video. I know I had to stumble through to figure it out on my own in both English and in Spanish. And, recently, Councilmember Michael Urens-Galati and myself have met with the Guatemalan embassy, the consulate. And so, as you know, we have a lot of Guatemalans that live in the canal. And so we can definitely partner with them too to help get the word out and really get people involved. So if you can just want to put that out there as part of our plan, they are partners with us, and they're looking for ways that we can do outreach. So with that, there's no further comments. I would accept a motion to accept this report. And whoever makes the motion should read it for the city clerks.
I'm happy to make the motion to accept the report on upcoming city council redistricting process following release of the 2020 United States Census data and approval of tentative timeline for adoption of new districts by April 17th, 2022.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0. Thank you, Chris, Kristen, and Lisa very much. We look forward to seeing you a lot in the next couple months. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. And I'd also like to extend some appreciation to our interpreters who are now released for the evening. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. Okay, the next agenda item is the San Rafael General Plan 2040 and Downtown Precise Plan. We have Director Judici and our consultant Barry Miller are here. I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. I'm going to go ahead and start with an introduction and then let Barry do his thing. I just want to take us back a few years to 2017 when we first started this work to update the General Plan 2020 into what will now become the General Plan 2040. We also took this opportunity to start the Downtown Precise Plan and Form-Based Code, and that plan and code establishes new regulations in the downtown zoning districts. The city hosted steering committee meetings for that included 24 members over the 3-year period, and there were plenty of opportunities for the public to participate and comment. So our consultant, Barry, did a great job acting as a primary project consultant or project manager, managing a team of consultants. I also wanted to take this time to recognize the extraordinary work that our valuable director, who is now retired but continues to provide input on a voluntary basis, Paul Jensen. Paul continues to make himself available, and we're really grateful for that. I have nothing more to add. I could go on forever, but Barry, you have a presentation to make, so I'll let you go ahead and take over.
Great. Thank you, Allie, and good evening, Mayor and council members. Can everyone hear me okay? Great, terrific. I'm going to share my screen in just a moment. I also wanted to acknowledge the members of the consulting team, some of whom are present here this evening and may be available to answer questions, but also just in general, the work that's been done over the last 4 years to get us to the point that we're at today. I am going to share my screen and go through a PowerPoint. And let's make this full. Okay. So we're here this evening to talk about 4 different components of this project. And we tend to think of this as the General Plan 2040, which is kind of the core of the effort. But it's actually the General Plan 2040 plus the Downtown Precise Plan, plus amendments to the San Rafael Municipal Code that are necessary to implement the plan, plus the environmental impact report that was required to complete this effort. So it's a whole series of steps that we'll be walking you through at this meeting and the next meeting. At this meeting, the council is being requested to adopt the final EIR for the project, which confirms that the document is legally adequate and that the responses to comments are adequate and technically correct. At the next meeting, you'll be considering a statement of overriding considerations and CEQA findings relating to significant unavoidable impacts. That's a resolution. You'll be considering a resolution to adopt General Plan 2040, finding that it's in the public interest. You will be considering a resolution to adopt the Downtown Precise Plan, and you will be considering ordinances to amend the municipal code to incorporate the Precise Plan form-based code and to rescind the old downtown zones, which will no longer apply because they're associated with the old downtown plan that was done almost 30 years ago. So I'm going to go through each of these components. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. I will try to speak slowly, but I may not go through everything on each slide because it's, as you all know, this is a lot of content and we want to respect everyone's time and focus on public comments and council discussion. Again, starting with the context, the general plan covers every property within the city limits and in the sphere of influence and in a planning area that extends beyond the city limits, as you can see here. The plan has been around for many years. The current general plan was adopted in 2004 and had a horizon year of 2020. So around 2017, the city began to look at updating the general plan. It really is recommended by the state that you update your plan every 10 to 15 years to keep it relevant. State laws are constantly changing now more than ever. And again, the general plan had a 2020 horizon and we were coming up on 2020. So this update moves the horizon to 2040. And by doing that, it really allows us to look at the current issues that are shaping decisions in San Rafael, to look ahead 20 years and think about what kind of place we want the city to be in 2040, to allow a new generation of San Rafael residents and businesses to participate in this process and to incorporate a lot of the new plans and programs that have been developed by the city over the last few years. That being said, we framed this process as an update of the existing general plan and not a brand new plan. We were not starting from scratch. The existing plan had a lot of good bones. It had actually served the city well, and we carried as much as we could forward and really used the existing plan as the foundation for the new general plan. During the process, early in the process, we received a grant for a downtown precise plan. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And that enabled us to bring on additional technical consultants in 2019. Ali mentioned briefly the steering committee. There were 25 meetings of a 24-member steering committee, plus 22 alternates. We also had community workshops. We had more than 40 meetings with neighborhood groups and civic groups over the project duration. We engaged youth and arts in what, at least for me, was some of the most fun activity of the entire process, working with 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders, helping them envision the future of their city. There was a 3-day downtown charrette. We had workshops at the farmers market and the art walk, a special Spanish language outreach program where we did 120 Spanish language interviews with residents working in collaboration with Canal Alliance. We had a robust project website that included both information about the project and then interactive exercises, discussion threads, and so on for folks to participate. And at the last count, over 30 public hearings before boards and commissions, either informational reports or formal hearings to talk about the general plan. And here you can see the timeline. I'm not going to go into detail on each step through the years, but those stars across that arrow on the top are actually city council meetings where we talked about the general plan. So there have been 14 meetings before this meeting where the general plan was either being presented through a progress report or a meeting about selecting steering committee members or helping you digest level of service to vehicle miles traveled, or wherever we were in the process, we were attempting to check in with the council so that when we got to this point, most of this was familiar to you. This is just the process for the last 9 months. This is actually the Planning Commission adoption process. We released General Plan 2040 in October 2020. We had 10 public hearings before the Planning Commission between actually September 2020 and the end of June. All of those orange arrows represent Planning Commission hearings. The blue arrows are work products that were released during that time, including the precise plan and the EIR, as well as the general plan. So just moving briefly to what is General Plan 2040. This is our long-range plan for the future of San Rafael. It's a state mandated document, but we have adapted it to meet the needs of the city of San Rafael. And you see those stars are next to the mandatory elements. These are the parts of the plan that must be required under state law. There are other elements that are optional that we've included in this plan, as the previous general plan did, and most of the content has been carried forward. A couple of reorganizational steps that we did, but I do want to point out the optional elements have the same legal weight as the mandatory elements. They really reflect these priorities within San Rafael. What's new in the general plan? There's actually a lot new, considering we were starting this as a kind of a status quo update. We, I think in working with the community and really thinking about how fast things were changing in the world and in the city, we really had to move a lot of content forward as part of this process. We consolidated a few of the general plan elements. For example, the air and water quality element and the sustainability element were mostly incorporated into conservation. The neighborhoods element was overhauled, a lot of input from the neighborhoods themselves into that element. We expanded the conservation element and actually the whole general plan to really have a strong focus on climate change and resilience and adaptation. So particularly in conservation and climate change, but also in the safety and resilience elements, you see a focus on these issues at a much higher level than in the previous general plan. This was also an opportunity to implement or incorporate a number of recent plans in this list of acronyms here, the Climate Change Action Plan, the Local Hazard Mitigation Plan, the Station Area Plans, the Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan. These have all been integrated in some form into the general plan. We've also expanded our historic preservation policies We've reoriented the mobility element, which is the transportation section of the plan, to focus on reducing vehicle miles traveled. And we have added an equity, diversity, and inclusion element. The state law, which is SB 1000, requires that we have an environmental justice element in the plan. We have done that and then saw that without just environmental justice alone really didn't capture the breadth of the issues that we wanted to deal with in that element, and broadened its scope to look more broadly at equity, diversity, and inclusion. As you know, the land use map is part of the general plan. It's the part that most people are familiar with, this color-coded map that tells you what you can build where. We consolidated a number of the categories, and the council has had a number of opportunities to weigh in on this map in the past, so I won't dwell on it. I do want to point out the sea level overlay, which you can see that black line is actually areas that may be subject to inundation in a 100-year flood with sea level rise factored in by 2050. We want to make sure that that boundary is visible to those who are looking at this map, and that becomes a very cognizant part of our planning, so that we're always aware that we're planning for areas that may be subject to future inundation, and we need to focus our adaptation planning efforts on this area as soon as we can. There's also a very comprehensive appendix to the general plan, including an implementation matrix that indicates for each action item what the time frame for its implementation is, who the responsible agencies are, what resources may be available, and which of our guiding principles that program implements. We released the general plan in October. We received about 30 letters on the plan during the next 4 to 6 months. You can see those listed here. We also had testimony at our general plan public hearings before the Planning Commission. There were more than 600 individual comments that we identified, and we responded to each comment and made a large number of revisions to the plan in response to those comments. You can see some samples. We have a track change version of the October draft that shows every edit that was made to the plan. There's also a clean version that accepts all of the changes so that you are ready to adopt a clean document. I did want to point out that some of the edits that were made are EIR mitigation measures. So the EIR told us that there could be impacts from adopting the plan, but those impacts would be mitigated if we adopted certain policies and programs. So those have been incorporated into the document. Most of the changes to the general plan are in response to public comments and to comments from the Planning Commission and direction provided by the Commission. Some of the issues that were raised during those 10 public hearings, everyone's favorite, should versus shall. This is kind of the age-old debate that we have when you update a general plan is, are we making these policies or programs mandatory or advisory? When do we strongly encourage something versus just encouraging it or requiring it and so on? And I'll say a fair amount of energy was spent on selecting the right word. In some cases, not everyone got what they wanted when it came to those words, but we're trying to maintain a flexible, working, dynamic document that is going to last for 20 years. So we need to keep that in mind as we do this. We also had a number of comments on the resource protection policies, particularly policies related to trees, wildlife, and wetland protection. A large number of comments on our greenhouse gas reduction measures, our historic preservation policies, understanding the relationship between the equity policies and our economic development policies, really looking at how those intersect. A large number of comments about fire safety, and keep in mind we did this plan during a period of every disaster you can imagine. The blackouts occurred during this the planning period, the public safety power shutoffs, major wildfires, and so a lot of that I think is visible in the policies and the emphasis of this plan on safety and becoming a more resilient city. We also had a lot of input from our neighborhoods, and I think that's reflected in an improved and stronger neighborhoods element. And lastly, I wanted to point out that we did, wherever we could, incorporate metrics in the general plan, and that implementation section has been expanded to cite metrics In other words, ways to measure our progress or to monitor how we're doing in the as we implement the general plan. I wanted to address one issue because almost all the correspondence that's come in since the staff report for this item was released dealt with a single issue, and that's the question of whether we should include a Baylands corridor in the conservation and climate change element. You may hear from public speakers on this issue, and we encourage the council to weigh in. The initial draft general plan, which we released in October, made no reference to the Baylands corridor. This is a designation in the county-wide general plan, the County of Marin's general plan, and it is a designation intended to protect and conserve wetlands and historic baylands along the bayfront. We did revise the May 2021 draft to acknowledge the corridor and to point out that it was applicable in the unincorporated areas of the planning area, China Camp, and up by McInnes Park, the wetlands in that area. But our staff recommendation was that we not apply the Baylands corridor within the city limits at this point, because we're just getting ready to do adaptation planning, and we don't want to predetermine the outcomes of the adaptation planning process by applying that Baylands corridor, which is a very broad brush corridor, to areas that are already developed and in some cases may have some development potential, including the canal and other areas. You can see the Baylands corridor from the countywide plan on this map with the yellow arrows pointing to areas that would be impacted, including urbanized portions of the southeast waterfront. So the recommendation at this point is to continue to use the wetlands overlay, which is a zoning designation, and as an outcome of the adaptation planning process that's included in the general plan, give consideration to where that Baylands corridor might fit in the future. I'm going to move on to the downtown precise plan. And again, this is a replacement of the 1993 Our Vision for Downtown San Rafael. And it was done in response to the designation of downtown San Rafael as a priority development area about a decade ago. And this is an area that the city's identified as having a lot of potential for additional housing, additional employment, and activities that could draw people to downtown and create a more vibrant and active place, and a place that can use public transit rather than automobiles for circulation, and really a gathering place for the whole city and a real opportunity for a significant amount of housing. There's also opportunities for public realm and streetscape improvements, and a lot of this downtown plan looks at how we can make downtown a more attractive place, preserve our historic buildings. And part of the outcome of this process was a new approach to zoning in downtown San Rafael. And one of the steps in this process is to adopt what we call a form-based code, which will replace the existing zoning regulations for downtown with regulations that are more design-focused and more flexible in some respects, but more predictable and prescriptive in other respects. This is just a quick overview of what's in the downtown precise plan. I do want to call your attention to the fact that there's an entire section on historic resources and really looking at how we can preserve and celebrate our historic resources and leverage them for economic benefit. Also a section on transportation and parking, a section on affordable housing and anti-displacement, which looks at how we can grow our downtown and encourage development without losing our affordable housing and social and supportive services that rely on the more affordable rents downtown, and then the implementation section and the form-based code. This is the illustrative vision that appears in the plan. Those red and orange, actually the orange shapes on this are approved or conceptual projects, and the red shapes are potential projects. This is not a proposed plan per se. It's just a rendering of what could happen in downtown San Rafael based on patterns of land use and where there's vacant land and underutilized land. I think the earlier slide said opportunities for about 2,000 housing units and 2,000 new jobs within this boundary area. Some of the highlights of the downtown precise plan: the concept of density and floor area ratio, which are used to regulate development right now, are being eliminated. Building form will be regulated by the standards in the precise plan and height limits. And there are strict height limits that are included. Also step back limits, which basically say that above a certain height, you have to pull the building back in from the street so that its mass that the perceived mass is lower. There were some areas where heights increased. There were also areas where in most of the plan area, actually, the heights have not changed. What we have done through this process is to identify opportunities for height bonuses, local height bonuses that are more advantageous than the state density bonus program that will allow us to maintain some local control over what happens downtown. Also, the plan includes public space improvements, including a new plaza next to the SMART station. And as you can see from the diagram here, ways to make our streets more pedestrian and bicycle friendly. This is the height map. I won't dwell on it. I think the point here is just to show you that there are 2 tiers of height bonuses in the downtown area. There are places where you can get a 20-foot height bonus and places where you can get a 10-foot height bonus. We've tried to set that up to respect the adjacent neighborhoods and ensure that development that's next to lower density and single family areas is less tall and massive than development that's in the heart of the downtown core or adjacent to the transit center. And I can come back to any of these drawings or maps or slides afterwards. The historic resources inventory was a really important part of this process. The grant that we received gave us an opportunity to update the downtown historic resources inventory for the first time, really in almost, well, in over 40 years. I'll say over 40 because it was 1976, 77 when this was last done comprehensively. We looked at more than 500 properties. There was a detailed survey of 160 properties, and roughly 100 of those were eligible as historic resources, and also identified potential historic districts. And what the downtown plan does is it includes standards. I want to emphasize the plan itself doesn't landmark anything, so nothing is being landmarked as part of this process and adoption. What we are saying, though, is that there are resources downtown, and as we build and encourage infill, we need to recognize that there may be certain development standards that apply to upper story additions or to adjacent sites so that we preserve the historic context of our downtown. I mentioned the form-based code earlier. This is just a sample of a couple of pages. In some ways, this does have the traditional elements of a zoning code. It has setbacks, it has height limits, it has parking requirements and so on, but it also introduces development standards and looks at things like frontage requirements and frontage options that you would not have in a traditional zoning code. Some of the issues raised during the adoption of the downtown plan, as you might imagine, there's not one consensus about what is a historic resource or not. That's kind of a subjective process. A lot of the comments we received on the EIR related to whether certain properties were or weren't historic. And I will say we spent a lot of energy on sorting out that list and working closely with San Rafael Heritage to address some of the discrepancies. There were also some issues related to the building heights. In a couple of cases, requests for taller heights, and in a couple of cases, requests for lower heights around the downtown area. We've tried to clarify the way density bonuses are calculated. There are a number of reasons that's more complicated in this process. The basic one being, how do you calculate a density bonus if you don't have density anymore? So we've addressed that in the plan and in some of the staff reports and memos that have accompanied it. Also looking at ways to make 4th Street more pedestrian friendly, protecting solar access, and so on. As part of this process, I mentioned that we need to rescind the existing downtown zones, which go back to 1993. A new downtown mixed use zone is being created that corresponds to the entire downtown precise plan area. And it essentially defers to the form-based code for land use and development decisions within that boundary. So if you are in the DMU zone, you would go to the form-based code to determine what's permitted and conditionally permitted and so on your property. Lastly, I'm just going to take a couple of slides on the environmental impact report. This was a program environmental impact report that looked at the impacts of adopting General Plan 2040 and the Downtown Precise Plan. It was published on January 7th, and we had a 61-day comment period. The Planning Commission held a hearing at the end of that period to take public comment. What this essentially does is it says we're planning on adding or creating the capacity for about 4,000 housing units and 4,000 jobs over a 20-year period spread across the city of San Rafael. What will be the effect of that increment of growth on our natural resources, on hazards, on transportation, on utilities, and so on? And that's what the EIR focuses on. It also looks at alternatives to the project. So the topics covered in the EIR were very comprehensive. We looked at all of the mandatory CEQA topics, and the ones you see highlighted are those where there were potentially significant impacts, where we identified mitigation measures that could reduce these impacts to less than significant levels. There were also 4 areas where there were significant unavoidable impacts, and you can see those highlighted in yellow here. So in these cases, even after mitigation, there's still a significant unavoidable impact. Some of the issues raised in the EIR in the comments, you can see those listed here. Some of the state agencies asked for additional information on our wildlife species. Members of the public and several organizations asked for supplemental policies on wetlands, trees, and creeks, and we've provided that in most cases. There were a number of comments from the Transportation Authority of Marin, from Caltrans, and from other local and regional agencies. And I want to point out the Sustainable San Rafael comments to strengthen the language on the mitigation of greenhouse gas emission impacts, which was found to be significant, unavoidable. And I believe they may speak during public comment as well. The final EIR was issued in May, and that included the response to comments. Because there are significant unavoidable impacts, you'll be asked at your next meeting to adopt a statement of overriding considerations that finds that the benefits of the project outweigh the environmental impacts. We can talk more about that at the next meeting or after this presentation. What we're asking you to do this evening is to accept the informational report on the general plan, accept public comments, have council discussion on any of the items that were covered in this presentation, take action on the EIR resolution, and then we will come back on August 2nd seeking action on the remaining items, which you saw at the beginning of this presentation. There is an additional opportunity for public comment at that meeting on August 2nd. And with that, I will conclude the presentation. I'm happy to answer questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Barry. It's always exciting after 3 years to have this conversation. I will have each of my colleagues, if you have questions or maybe edits, and we'll have all that, then we'll have public comment, then we'll have additional time to comment. So Vice Mayor, you can start it off, and you are a liaison on the steering committee. So thank you for your work over the last couple of years.
I was, and I feel like I need to thank the steering committee and remind us of our honorable leaders of the steering committee, Stephanie Plant and Omar Carrera. And we need to remember that because sometimes the leaders of the steering committee turn up again in the future. That's a note to our honorable mayor, got her start as a chair of the steering committee. But I think that is a really important part of the beginning of this process and the opening of the wide part of the funnel where it all came in, and then the processes that it went through. So that's just something to point out. Another thing I'd like to point out, Barry, in your presentation, you represented all of the city council meetings with stars, but the 10 meetings at the Planning Commission, I think they deserve stars as well, particularly in light of what we're doing tonight. Tonight, our focus is on the environmental impact report, and they were the ones that went through that in meticulous detail in the 10 hearings that they had. So I think that's another sort of body of work that was done leading up to where we are tonight. So thank you to the many people that were involved. And I look forward to hearing the public comment on this very comprehensive presentation that we've had. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. And thank you, Barry, having participated with you at the opening of the general plan review last year. It always struck me as impressive how detail oriented, wide and deep your consideration has been. And then even in the reflection, having read through the entire final EIR as drafted, it is impressive that each comment was provided a disposition by you and reflected upon in detail. So I really appreciated that. It's very thorough. I think it would be worthy to ask if you could elaborate a little further, because as I was becoming more familiar with how the general plan translates into goals and policies and into programs and implementation, could you elaborate a little bit further? I think you did a really good job of that in the general plan as you lay out how the documents relate to one another. Maybe not in the full detail of exactly what's written, but I think it would be helpful for the public to comment a little bit on how policy is translated from general plan and then ultimately implemented in our code.
Sure. Shall I do that now, or should I? Is that okay?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, great. Thanks. Sure. And please let me know if I'm answering the question in the way that you're envisioning. But there is a great diagram in chapter 1 of the general plan that I think spells this out a little bit. And essentially, first we have guiding principles, which are really a statement of our values. What is important to us and what matters to us. And from that, we have roughly 50 goals that are included in the general plan. And those are topical. And each of those deals with a specific topic like wildfire safety or supporting the arts or creating more affordable housing. And these again are slightly, it's one tier below. And then we have policies, and the policies are really intended to guide our day-to-day decisions so that when a project comes in or when a decision comes before us, we can think about how do we evaluate this opportunity or this application or this potential program, and we use the policies really as our benchmark. And then the programs, which are more fine-grained and more detailed and more action-oriented, tell us how we're going to achieve the policies. And that's really the finest grain level that we go to in the general plan. There are more programs than policies and more policies than goals, so it's somewhat of a hierarchy. The programs are really our roadmap for how to proceed with implementing the general plan. Is that kind of along the lines of what you're?
Yes, I think that was great. Thank you for being succinct with it. I think it's worthy of that for the sake of the public. And then not a question, but a comment. I did provide input, and I saw the more recent version of the inclusion in this case is equity, diversity, inclusion. It's always transposed depending on where we are. But I appreciated the inclusion of several elements, including intersectionality, LGBTQ+, mentions of our aspiration for creating equitable pathways and journeys for each community member. I thought it was very inviting and aspirational, and I appreciated that iteration. So thank you for taking that turn of the crank there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz, any questions?
I think I'm the newest one to the game here on the plan. So huge round of thanks to everyone, as well as, for the council members who've participated through this process, but also to the community, because I know many people in the community have been involved in it. Councilmember Hill's question was pretty much along the line of where I was going, which was how do we move from the plan to practice on an ongoing basis? I think it's so fresh in everyone's mind right now, but I imagine by year 12, we may not be referencing this as much or remember to look it up. And I was wondering if you have examples on how, with some best practices on how to make it fresh every single year for the next 20 years, so that we really are using it and it's a flexible document. And then related to that question, I'll ask at the same time, if we know that an element is outdated and old, can we go back in prior to 2040 and update that element?
Great
Okay,
questions.
look at you guys are all nodding your head.
No, those are great questions, and I'll take a shot, and Allie, if you want to add to that. First, we do an annual progress report on the general plan. So this is something where it's constantly being monitored. We're looking at those programs all the time. Every 5 years, we do a deeper dive progress report that looks at where we are with all of the action programs and kind of checks off the ones that are no longer valid or that have been completed, and looks at where we may need to introduce new programs. And I think an important point here is you absolutely can and should amend the general plan as things change. You really have to, and there are plans that will be done. You know, there's PDA planning opportunities in North San Rafael and Southeast San Rafael. When those plans are adopted, you will likely need to go back and amend the general plan to incorporate new policy direction. Sea level rise adaptation, you're going to have to go back and amend the general plan. State law allows you to amend the plan 4 times a year, and most cities don't go quite that far, but you definitely are encouraged to amend the plan more than once every 20 years. I think almost everybody does.
Very good. Thank you. That's really helpful.
And I was just going to add one more thing, and that is, as we review applications for that are submitted for development review, each time we're looking at the policies in the general plan and to kind of cross-check how this development proposal might be consistent or not with the general plan. So you get to see, you know, some of that as development review projects come to your council.
Right. That's helpful. And I'd say it'd be very helpful if you, as we were getting used to the new plan, to even reference in terms of, so it draws us back into the plan, this related to this element and this policy change that came from this. It would be helpful just in terms of, we know where it came from.
Right.
So thank you.
Thank you. And you know, you can never get the planning commissioner out of the city council member. So I do actually have a lot of more comments and some areas that I'd like us to delve deeper in, but they're not really questions. So I will hold off on my about half a dozen of those. But one thing I did want to ask up front, our policy buckets, as indicated by our goals and objectives, are economic vitality, climate change, specifically wildfire, sea level rise, social racial equity, homelessness, and housing. So when I look at all those buckets, they come out in many ways, shapes, and forms in the document. The one, though, that I'd love you to speak to is around homelessness. There is a little bit, tiny bit in the downtown precise plan that talks about it. And I don't know if that's something that will be further addressed in the housing element, but that is one of our policy bucket areas. And it is something that obviously has to do with land use. So could you speak to how that,
Sure.
How is a community that can come out in our general plan?
Sure, absolutely. And it is a major focus of the housing element. And I should have said this at the beginning of the presentation, but everything in the general plan was updated through this process except the housing element. We are just now beginning the housing element update, and that is because it's on a schedule set by the state of California. So we just a few weeks ago got our assignment for planning for the next 8 years. And we need to now update our housing plan, including plans for homelessness and special needs housing and housing for extremely low income households over the next year and a half. Really, that's our next task. So moving straight from the foundation we've created through this general plan, we'll begin to dive deeper into issues around homelessness and the need for supportive services and so on.
Thank you. And I thought that was the answer, but I wanted to make sure, especially so the public knows that that is a key element that we'll be further looking at. So thank you. I will ask the city clerk to come on and help us with public comment on this agenda item.
Thank you. If you're participating by telephone and you wish to provide public comment, please press *9. And if you're using Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. There is a 2-minute timer. So as soon as 2 minutes has expired, I will be muting. And here's our first speaker.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
oh, great.
Yes,
Hi. Hi, my name is David Mahler. I live in Larkspur, and I'm co-chair of the Marin Sonoma Building Electrification Squad, which is affiliated with the Climate Reality Project. Simply put, San Rafael can reach greenhouse gas reductions of 60% or more by early adoption and implementation of strategies already included in General Plan 2040 and CCAP 2030. I'm going to focus on building electrification because fully a quarter of San Rafael's greenhouse gas emissions come from burning natural gas in our homes and businesses for space heating, water heating, and other uses. There's simply no reason to continue this practice as modern heat pump technology is way more efficient, has similar cost, and produces no greenhouse gas emissions at all, if powered by electricity from renewable sources such as MCE Deep Green and PG&E Solar Choice. The CCAP 2030 San Rafael adopted in 2019 addresses building electrification, but strategies for accomplishing electrification have advanced rapidly since 2019. Today, more than 35 California jurisdictions have adopted ordinances that require new buildings to be all electric, and more communities are moving in this direction all the time. In fact, Fairfax is expected to adopt an all-electric ordinance this August. And many jurisdictions are also beginning to work on ordinances to address electrification of existing buildings. Several Marin jurisdictions are committing to adopt by January 1st, 23, ordinances that will require all new buildings to be all electric. That's only 1.5 years from now. We look forward to San Rafael becoming one of these cities in accordance with your current CCAP priorities and as an effective way to avoid the greenhouse gas emissions predicted by the General Plan EIR. We and others are ready to assist San Rafael in that effort in any way we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David.
Hi, this is Bill Carney, Sustainable San Rafael. We're very pleased that these plans and EIR now include commitments to address the climate change that will continue to affect our city with increasing intensity over the next 20 years. But the fact that the EIR finds the greenhouse gas impacts of General Plan 2040 to be significant and unavoidable raises a bright red flag. It should spur San Rafael to meet its climate goals and prove that prediction wrong. We believe these greenhouse gas impacts can be avoided by concentrating development as the plan directs near transit and walkable bike-friendly town centers, and by rapidly implementing the programs in the General Plan and Climate Change Action Plan that reduce the most greenhouse gases: building electrification, EV promotion, and mandatory organics recycling. Speed is of the essence. We're in a climate emergency. We must enact key ordinances now so that the large reductions required can be achieved over the full term of these plans, with new and renovated development driving a reduction of greenhouse gases rather than increasing them. The technologies are available and affordable, from EVs to heat pump HVAC to green cards. Their rollout can catalyze our economy and heighten equity while healing our environment. What's needed is your leadership to implement these practical solutions now. Please bear in mind that the 20-year term of this new general plan coincides with what many scientists consider the final 2 decades left to cut greenhouse gas enough to avoid irreversible tipping points, pushing climate change beyond human control altogether. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill.
Hello, am I up?
You sure are. Go ahead.
Hi, yeah, thank you. My name is Damian Morgan, native of Marin City. I am a a board member of Marin City Community Services District, but I come before you as a community member. I am concerned regarding the lack of communication regarding the opportunity zone that has been designated to the canal area. Marin City was given that designation at the same time. Thankfully, it's gone. So we won't be affected by that. As far as I know, the city of San Rafael has not taken on this conversation. As far as I know, so I've been listening and asking around. This is a dangerous tool. As we know, anything that gives the rich breaks, it affects the poor in a very, very bad way. So I'm wondering, when are you going to take this conversation on? When are you going to not just take it on, when are you going to advocate for the people that you claim to care about, the residents in the canal, San Rafael? When will you bring this to a discussion to the city so folks can talk about opportunity zones, which already is at this time affecting the canal residents? People are being forced out now because of opportunity zones. My guess is you are aware of this. It wasn't the IJ. So my guess is you're aware of this. Secondly, my last point, I'm also aware, you may or may not be aware, my guess is that you are, that there's a big plan out there. That plan is to redo the San Quentin entrance in there, the San Quentin, going onto the bridge by the Rod and Gun Club, to redo that whole area to the Central San Rafael exit. Right now, there's work being done that exit. Is that the beginning of a whole new San Rafael to get rid of all people that are poor? I've seen.
Thank you, Damien. I think the last part you're talking about the 580-101 connector. So we'll be sure to address that. And opportunity zones, we have had a lot of discussion, but we will answer that question more fully after we receive public comment.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, terrific. Yeah, just for clarity, because the comment period is so short, and I thought it was clear who was speaking, I did not name myself. My name is Ava Crisanti for the last comment, and I know that upset one of your constituents, Sunny Lee. So I want to make clear that this is Ava Crisanti speaking. And I do want to point out in general that contrary to Ms. Lee's contention, this is a public forum for criticism. And if the criticism is directed at the mayor, then that's appropriate. And that's what we come to public meetings for, so that we can hash out discussions and air out criticism and reveal things that the city council doesn't feel comfortable revealing. And that's really important. It's a very, very important part of our democratic processes. And I know that Ms. Lee understands that. And I want to open my door to her. She's welcome to contact me with any questions. Secondly, I do want to point out that it doesn't look like I know you haven't really delved into your housing element, but I'm concerned about gentrification. And we've seen a lot of media recently in the last 5 days on the amount of money that people are required to actually need to make to pay rent in the Bay Area. And, for someone, minimum wage should be probably around $40. And this really has impacted people in the canal, as you saw with the illnesses and the mortalities coming out of the canal district, because you've squeezed them into this highly segregated area. They're paid very low wages. There's a lot of wage theft by small business owners. And that resulted in them being in overcrowded apartments where they got sick. And unfortunately, there were a lot of mortality. So this is something that City Council needs to answer for and needs to address in the housing element. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Kate and City Council members. My name is Arlen Benavides with the Multicultural Center of Marin. And pursuant to the statutory requirements of SB 1000, I want to point out that the City of San Rafael City Council website does not include translation for non-English speakers. Further, please consider having the general plan translated into various languages, so it's available to community organizers to deploy technical assistance to disadvantaged communities, as well as community residents for deeper engagement in the planning processes. Again, a SB 1000 statutory requirement. Also, including 100 plus multilingual residents to provide feedback when there are more than 16,000 residents whose first language is other than English should not suffice. Please meditate on having an executive summary for each general plan element that outlines poignant items, which can be translated and be accessible to all citizens. Lastly, I raised the question, how does the City of San Rafael plan to continue civic engagement so disadvantaged communities can deepen their understanding of the content in the updated 2040 general plan? Thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Arlen. We will address your questions and update you on that after the public comment.
Good evening, this is Kate Powers. I also want to thank San Rafael for the public process that this planning effort has employed, and particularly Barry and Paul's leadership in that effort. I hope you've had an opportunity, I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Marine Conservation League, and hope that you've had an opportunity to read the letter that was included in the correspondence on this item, requesting that the council support including a Baylands corridor that would, as outlined in and to be consistent with the countywide plan. Our letter states the benefits, importance of this overlay, of including historic information of early wetlands, which includes, bay mud and historically where higher sea levels have encroached in relation to where our watersheds flow out to the bay. The Baylands corridor designation does not require adopting one adaptation strategy over another in areas that will be important in sea level rise, nor does it dictate any land use decision making. Areas of San Rafael have been identified in the Adapting to Sea Level Rise, Regional Sea Level Rise Vulnerability Adaptation Study, and also in Bay Adapts as a regional hotspot. And so having one delineation of where these historic baylands were included as part of the maps in the San Rafael plan, whether it's to join the sea level rise map and the hazard flooding map, it's just another way of showing attention of what historically has occurred, so that as San Rafael does future planning, that information is readily available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor Kate and Council. This is Kiki Laporta, this time speaking with you on behalf of Sustainable Marin and the League of Women Voters. And in particular, I would like to commend and thank Paul Jensen for his work with us in establishing and virtually insisting upon an overlay map for sea level rise in the vulnerable areas of San Rafael, and insisting that those be clearly delineated on the maps so that we can allow market forces such as they are relative to insurance, lending, and developers to understand that investments that they make may be vulnerable. Also, I'm interested in commending you and encouraging you further in your efforts at inclusion and equity. Don't forget that the 4,000 units of housing that the RENA is putting forward for you, and 4,000 jobs, even if you meet those levels, will still leave us with the jobs housing imbalance that we have now. We need to be aggressive and insightful and forthright in our efforts to meet our housing needs for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Kiki.
Hi, my name is Annika Osborne. I am a 17-year resident of San Rafael, and I represent my own views and speak on behalf of Cool the Earth and Drive Clean Bay Area, a local nonprofit with a mission to reduce carbon emissions and air pollution. I want to thank the City Council for your GHG reduction policies, and I ask that you speed them up. We're already seeing the effects of the climate crisis here in San Rafael, causing hot weather events and sea level rise, impacting communities of concern first and worst. With the drought augmenting fire risk, we are now anticipating an early fire season, and it is clear that our house, San Rafael, is on fire. We need to dramatically reduce fossil fuel combustion, which results in greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution. With transportation representing such a large part of our individual carbon footprint, over 35% in Marin County, it is essential that we quickly transition San Rafael residents and employees out of gas cars. We recommend walking, biking, and e-biking in place of commuting and running errands in gas cars. And if residents require a car, we ask that they pledge to make their next car electric, since new gas cars will be on this earth for 12 to 15 years emitting damaging emissions. Cool the Earth and Drive Clean Bay Area are ready and willing to help San Rafael finalize its clean transportation strategies and meet its EV goals. Through our Drive Clean Bay Area program, we offer education and engagement around clean transportation, including free weekly EV 101 and EV 102 Zoom webinars, EV car shows, and even an EV discount program. To meet GHG targets, we need about 50% of all cars in San Rafael to be electric by 2030. So we suggest that the city speed up this transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Annika.
Thank you. This is Belle Cole, chair of OFA Marin, an advocacy group fighting to reverse climate change since 2009. And I want to support the letter that you received from Bill Carney that emphasizes achieving significant reductions of greenhouse gases in various sectors. You heard about electrification and you just heard about EV promotion. And I want to say a word about mandatory organic recycling. Mainly, I want to emphasize how crucial mediatory organic recycling is to avoid the significant impacts predicted by the general plan EIR. I commend the particular actions stated in the plan under infrastructure calling for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions generated by landfill waste, as well as reduction of natural resource depletion through recycling. And from the work that I'm engaged in now as head of the biomass recovery study, I see expanding these opportunities in the near term, including development of low emission biomass recovery and products. Still, no matter how aggressive and grounded in superb planning, creativity, and innovation this plan is, we're running out of time. As brutal heat and deadly floods reveal how unprepared the world is to cope with extreme weather, we in San Rafael can take some satisfaction in our ambitious greenhouse gas emission goals, and for anticipating that more aggressive goals may be adopted as the general plan states. The key now is to implement city programs soon enough to achieve these critical goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Belle.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Smith. I want to commend you for the extensive explanation of all of tonight's topics. I also wondered, how will the downtown plan be incorporated with at least affordable housing? And how will restrictions on the downtown plan that were explained tonight have an effect on your guys' plan for housing? Because I'm also concerned with gentrification, because from experience of many of us, it's it's impossible on an average income to spend any less than 60% of your monthly income on housing. So we definitely need to focus on housing along with this plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
I sure can. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, this is Jason Saris again. And, you know, I noticed how Kate Collin mentioned how the homeless are going to be part of the housing element. And, you know, it seems to me that you guys are really far off on that because, you know, you're only providing safety for some of the homeless and, you know, others could be criminalized for being homeless. And I think you're far way off from coming up with a solution for that. But I have a suggestion. You know, I'm in the middle of starting a nonprofit with Robbie Palliston and Cindy Siciliano from the Tiburon Rotary Club. It's going to be called the Marin Housing for All Foundation. We're going to be coming up with tiny home villages, you know, going to come up with a plan with that. And maybe we could partner up at some point and try to figure this solution out. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Hi, this is Barbara Salzman. I'll say what everybody else said. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Barbara. Go ahead.
I'm representing Marin Audubon Society. And I'd first like to say, I like to commend Barry and whoever else is making the decisions because I've looked at a lot of general plans and EIRs in my day. And I have to say that it was refreshing that so many comments and recommendations from the public were taken. I'm particularly pleased about the tree changes in the policies and some of the changes also that were made in the wetlands policy. So thank you for that. I also want to say that we're very pleased to be working with the city on the Tiscornia Marsh and hope to work that continues to be a productive relationship and we can get that section built of the levy. Following up on what Kate Powers suggested, and we've suggested this in a couple of letters, the Baylands corridor. Just to add a few things that it is a more clear way to tell the public and tell decision makers the areas that are sensitive. Right now, it seems to be quite after the fact that determinations are made that areas have wetlands. And it's actually more than wetlands that are of interest for it's the whole of properties like canalways that have historic wetland and bay backgrounds. And so if it can't happen now, I realize it's late in the process. We would hope that the city could look at this as something in the future. And just in my last few seconds here, canalways is really an important site, and we want would be nice not to have so many preferences for canalways in the.
Thank you, Barbara.
Hello, hi, this is Sunny Lee speaking again. I'm a long-time Marine Conservation League member and environment advocacy. I'm passionate about our all concerns about the environment. Personally, I want to speak up on the EIR, which is the city should definitely allow all the new buildings accept the heat pump, which is readily available. It'll definitely increase the usage of the gas fuel. And also all in California, all new vehicles by 2030, I believe some counties actually adopted to 2025 that combustion engine vehicles no longer being sold in California, which means all the new cars need to be electric vehicle or some other forms of it. I think all new buildings should have every single parking spot ready to electric car chargeable station. This is a 2040 that you are planning. This is something we need to adapt now to planning that new vehicles only sold electric vehicle by 2030, and this plan 2040. I mean, this is a no-brainer for us to need to adopt that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunny.
This is the last chance for anyone to raise their hand. That concludes public comment. Mayor Kate.
Thank you, City Clerk. I will close the public comment, and I have a whole bunch of questions that I had captured. So, and I think City Manager Schutz was also helping me in that. So, and Barry, so I don't know if you want to take a stab at them or if you want me to read the ones I have, however you, whatever you think.
Yes, I was writing notes from every speaker and can address some of the comments by speaker if that would be acceptable.
Sure, why don't you do that? And yeah, we have them in order so we can.
Great, and some of my colleagues who are here may also want to join me in responding to some of the questions that came up, because a few of them deal with things that are a little bit peripheral to the general plan. Right. The issue about building electrification that is in the climate action plan, that actually there were several of the comments that came up which were essentially saying these are items that are already in the general plan and the climate plan, just do them quicker or more rapidly, and the time to act is now, and so on. I think those were all self-explanatory. You may have specific questions about that, and I know Corey is here if there are specific climate questions. The question about the enterprise zone is not really something that was covered by the general plan. There was a discussion of the enterprise zone with Canal Alliance more from an economic development perspective, but there may be some additional information other staff members can provide on that. There were a number of questions about how the city would deal with gentrification and segregation, and we actually are mandated as part of the housing element to look at something called affirmatively furthering fair housing and look at data on segregation patterns in the city and lending patterns and address that proactively with programs. And we will be doing that as part of the housing element and would encourage folks who have things to share about that to reach out. We haven't yet set up the housing element website, but we're going to be doing that in a few weeks, and I'm hoping that folks can contact me at my city email address to talk more about those issues, and we will be addressing them. Translation of the general plan into multiple languages. We are working to get executive summaries of the elements translated into Spanish, and I know the arts and culture element was already translated for us by volunteers. Thank you to those who did that, and we're looking for more volunteer efforts to help us out. But we are definitely looking to translate, at least at an executive summary level, the elements into Spanish. We're not able to, with the resources we have, translate the entire document, although we would welcome anyone who would like to help us do that. The Baylands corridor, I think I addressed that in my PowerPoint presentation. I would say that part of the reason we created a sea level rise overlay in some respects is for the same thing, which is to acknowledge where the historic areas of tidal influence in these low-lying areas are. We made the point that we're going to be doing sea level rise adaptation planning, and the time to look at that corridor may be after that. The council may have other views on that, but that was the staff recommendation, and again, others may want to weigh in on that. Let's see, there was a question about affordable housing and how to avoid displacement in downtown San Rafael. And that's a big focus of the downtown plan, is that exact question. We've created a lot of incentives in the downtown plan to build affordable housing, particularly 100% affordable housing. And we'll continue to implement that in the future. And then there are incentives for mixed income projects where a portion of the units are affordable. So there are height bonuses available for projects that include affordable units. The tiny homes concept, I think we're open to that, and the housing element, we'll look more into that and can talk more about that. And yeah, I think that covers most of the comments that I had notes on.
And I know,
Okay.
oh, as I say, before you jump in on the opportunity zone, I just, the big chunk of the climate related ones, the building electrification, if I recall from the, I mean, how long is that thing? 500 pages that I read. I think there is a section about the city will be looking into increased electrification of buildings. So maybe you could, Corey, could clarify around that, because I think it is something that has been talked about, and we do recognize other jurisdictions are doing that. And then Corey, if you could speak to the mandatory composting and the EV infrastructure. Those three came up a lot, and they also came up in the emails that we've received and the letters. And I know it's a part of our CCAP, but maybe if Corey, if you could speak to those, because that is important to our community.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for your time. If you remember back in May, when I brought forward the 2-year priorities for the year, those 3 items were actually in there. We had 6 priority areas, and we've already begun on all of them, actually. And the 3 items that were mentioned are very important areas for our climate action plan. And in conversations with Jim Schutz, often he says, biggest bang for the buck. So we're looking for the biggest bang for the buck, and that's what these are. EV adoption for certain. Of course, a lot of that's market driven as well, right? But we do what we can in terms of making sure we have chargers in place. We are working with TAM right now on an EV plan countywide. And I think that's the most important thing, because when you look at really trying to build out infrastructure and make sure that people feel comfortable with their EVs, it's really not a San Rafael thing, right? It's a big countywide effort. So participating in that. Reducing natural gas use in buildings, the building electrification, I was on a focus group today on that and spoke with some other folks about that as well. Actually met with Rick Wells from the Marine Builders Association this morning, and we discussed it as well. And he sent me some documents. So that's definitely something we're doing a lot of research on. Berkeley's ordinance was in lawsuit until last week, and they actually dismissed the lawsuit, so they're able to move forward with that. That is one other thing that we were looking at. There's a lot of challenges in that, though, and one of the things that Rick mentioned this morning, which is really important, is that if you're looking at doing that for new development, of course, it's just a small amount of new development over time for housing. So that's an important piece to think of. And how do you enable more efficiency in existing buildings during remodels? There's just a lot more remodels. So we'll be looking at all of that. Diverting food waste, thank you for that. We're in the middle of a process with the Marin Sanitary Franchises Group looking at SB 1383. We've been talking with folks in West Marin, trying to find, as Councilmember Bushy has mentioned, let's not just meet the law and comply with the law, but let's see if we can do it really well and meet the spirit of the law. So we were talking with folks in West Marin about all the compost that's created here. How do we use that in rangelands, or how do we use that in open space to actually sequester carbon and double our impact with it? And I just wanted to mention one other thing is energy efficiency was not on the list, but that's huge. And that's where up to 18% of our emissions reductions in our plan are going to come from. And that's always the first place you want to look, right? Conservation is way better than relying on technology all the time too. But anyway, there's a lot of things in that, and especially looking at equity and economic development and trying to make sure that we don't have a bunch of unintended consequences at the result of what we do either. And they're all in process.
Thank you, Corey. I appreciate that additional information. I mean, as you said, we have talked about the Climate Change Action Plan not too long ago, and it is manifested, as Barry said, in the document. But it's always nice to have the additional details, especially given the public comment. So thank you. Now, City Manager Schutz. Sorry, I had my list here. So there were questions about the opportunity zone, which we know is tangential to what the general plan is. But if you could speak to that, would be great.
Sure, I'll try to provide an answer. And then I note that Ethan Guy, who actually was the staff member who was working on this report earlier this year, is on the call if he wants to add anything. But the opportunity zone is a federal designation. It's not something that we do or have done here in San Rafael. It is for one census tract in our Canal neighborhood. It's about 245 properties. And the council was very concerned when the opportunity zone was put in place. They're concerned that it could lead to displacement with new investment into the area. So about 4 months ago in March,
the council passed some significant relocation assistance for anyone that would be affected through the opportunity zone. And households, it's kind of broken down by the number of bedrooms in the household, but you'd be eligible for first month's rent, a security deposit equal to 2 months rent, moving expenses, and additional funds if the property has children or older adults or people with disabilities. So the total amount was a little over $20,000 that could be as the relocation payment that would be made to someone who's displaced through this federal program. So obviously it's not optimal. It's something that the council is trying to do to make it easier for people that could be displaced through this program. So it was out of concern for that, but in the longer term, it's also, we're looking at that, not just the census tract, but the whole canal area as a priority development area. And we would be working very closely with the community through that process to put together a specific plan for this whole area, including the opportunity zone area. So if there's more to do at that time or different ways that we want to address that, that would be a great time to be able to do that. Phase one was just trying to help people who could be affected by this federal program, make sure that they're getting, like I said, it's between $10,000 and a little over $20,000, depending on the household characteristics. So that's the background on the opportunity zone.
Thank you for that. I actually think council first started talking about it back in 2019. So I just wanted to assure the public that it was on the radar screen of the council. And thank you to Ethan Guy, who did a lot of that work so we could understand the potential implications. And then, as you just pointed out, we had the programs that were passed earlier this year. So thank you. I think there was one question. I think he got cut off, but I think he was concerned about the 580-101 interchange. So again, that's kind of tangential, but maybe Jim, you could just speak to that as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure I captured the exact question, but just as a real quick, a Transportation Authority of Marin TAM process to look at the 580-101 connector, and that will be over the next several years. They have not yet started the environmental planning process at this stage. TAM has identified a number of alternatives where a connector could take place, and they're just getting feedback on those early alternatives right now to consider what they would want to include in an environmental document. And that would take place over a series of years. So the City Council in San Rafael looked at some guiding principles at the last meeting for things that would be important, both regionally and also specifically to San Rafael and our local traffic, and how bicycles and pedestrians move through the area and that sort of thing. So the city is very much in the loop and working with Transportation Authority of Marin and other partners on the project, which is in the really early stages.
Thank you. And folks can subscribe to the city manager's blog, The Snapshot, because then you'll always know when anything related to any of the topics we're talking about come before the city council. Barry, I think that other question, if you could expand a little bit more on, and I think you'd spoken to it, around the Spanish translation, and you spoke specifically to the element being translated, but maybe you could speak to actually the incorporation and all the work and the outreach that has been done with folks whose first language isn't English, just the work that's been done over the past couple of years to make sure we have the breadth of voices in our community manifested.
Sure, and yeah, I'll also add, this is a really important part of the housing element update, and we're working with a consultant to do some focused outreach as part of the housing element update so that we can reach a larger segment of the non-English speaking population through that process. We also did that through the General Plan 2040 and the Downtown Precise Plan. We have an organization called Communities in Collaboration that we were working with. The interviews that they did were just one component of the strategy that was implemented. There were community workshops, and we're continuing to work with the Canal Alliance and the Multicultural Center, but particularly with the Canal Alliance with Omar as the vice chair of the steering committee. We had a lot of direct outreach with the Alliance to the community. So we're, it was more than 120 people, but it was not not as many voices as we'd like, and we're going to continue to work on making sure that everybody can be heard.
Thank you. And just, I also like to clarify, there was a concern that our city website couldn't be translated. And actually, if you go to the website, there's a little globe. And if you click on the globe, that you can get any language. You wouldn't believe the number of languages that you can get the site translated into. We recognize that those translation, those automatics might not always be as perfect as we want them to be, but that is one tool that has been on the city website, and we have been adhering to that state mandate for, I think, when it came out. So if anyone has any problem finding that, do contact staff and they can show you how that feature works. So I think those were the questions that we had heard from the public. And again, we're so grateful that people took the time to call in. As you mentioned, we will have another meeting where we will be talking about this. This is a big deal. This is our roadmap. But I would like to give this opportunity to have my colleagues have any additional edits. I know I have a few comments that I'm going to make. So if you have anything, this is the time to get in the weeds or heap praise or whatever. So go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Well, I'm very grateful to all of the people who answered all of the questions that are sort of in the penumbra of the general plan. But our actual focus tonight, the action we're being asked to take, is on the environmental impact report. And so I want to zero in on what I'm hearing as the most significant issue with regard to that report. And so, Barry, I've been looking at the executive summary, focusing on item 4.8, greenhouse gas emissions. And that's the place to look, right? Am I in the right place? If we wanted to make changes, this is where we would do it. Is that right?
Yeah, that's where you would start. And if there need to be other changes for internal consistency, we would make them. But that would be, the summary table would be a good place to start.
Okay, and am I hearing that and analyzing all the written comments correctly, that this is the primary area of focus on this finding of significant and unavoidable impact of greenhouse gases? That's where the greatest I don't want to say disputes, but the unresolved issues lie in our comments that we're receiving with regard to the environmental impact report.
Yeah, I would say that I wouldn't single out just the greenhouse gas emissions as the most contentious or the most unresolved topic. I think that with any project there, when there are significant unavoidable impacts, we want to take a close look at those impacts. That happens to be the one that generated, I think it struck a nerve with a lot of folks, because when you say it's significant and unavoidable, at the same time, the city is carrying out a climate action plan, you think, well, what are we doing wrong? Why is there a disconnect? We do have our environmental consultant here if there are specific questions about that element, and we need to drill down a little further. That's Steve Nowak. But to your point, I think that was the one area where there was a lot of passion and a lot of comment, and we did make some changes to the general plan in response to those comments to strengthen the action. But at the end of the day, we have a climate action plan that goes to 2030 and a general plan that goes to 2040. So what happens in those 10 years is something that's still, kind of open.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Steve, did you want to add anything now that we have you on screen?
Well, I did want to note in general that the city's very current plans and programs addressing greenhouse gas reduction and the enhancements that have come out of this process. I mean, San Rafael really should be very proud of where it stands in terms of looking at this issue. The significant and unavoidable impact really had to do with the technical infeasibility of meeting the reduction goals. I believe it was the 2050 reduction goals. So it was just really more of the uncertainty of the ability in general to meet those reduction goals without additional technological improvements to reduce greenhouse gases. And of course, this doesn't apply just to the city. This really applies everywhere. So that's really the reason for the determination. But the EIR gives a lot of credit to, you know, what's going on now in the city in that process.
Could you elaborate just a little bit on the technical infeasibility? Maybe give us a couple of examples.
Well, I would say, you know, the things like conversion to electric vehicles, although that should be pretty robust by that time. Looking at energy efficiency, those type of issues. You know, there are a number of different things, but it's really, there's no way to model the ability to reach that at this point. That's really what the crux of the matter is. And but you know, over time, as we've seen, that with technological advances, it's very likely that the city's contributions will be able to meet that goal at the time. It's a long way off.
Well, technology can advance at unpredictable times. So what I'm hearing you say is that we can't predict that. And so as a consequence, notwithstanding our years and years of leadership on these issues and really being ahead of our peers on the climate action plan, that the technology just isn't there to guarantee that we would get across the line.
It's really validated in a way that we could say that with assurance, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Okay, and thank you, Barry, and thank you, Steve, for coming on. Steve, one of the things you said I thought was interesting, just to verify it, is it fair to say, based on what you said, that really municipalities that are going through the same process are unable to say anything different than what we're saying here, that it is unavoidable? Is that pretty much the case in how other municipalities are approaching this FEIR?
I understand the question. I don't think you can say it's universal, because each community is different in terms of their, you know, levels of density and building patterns and that type of thing. And I you know, am not an air quality expert, so I really can't say how other cities are addressing this at this point.
Okay. So actually, that was something new in what you said, is that if there is a way to do, say, more fine-grained measurements more frequently, we would be able to make it more provable. Is that something that I just heard? Well,
yeah, I mean, we're always, you know, we're using our modeling process to evaluate environmental impacts with regards to greenhouse gases. As with air quality, they're continually being updated to reflect, you know, changes in the motor vehicle, you know, the engines, using electric vehicles, and that switch over time. There's lots of assumptions that go in that do adjust for technological improvements, and that's a continuing operation in the field of, you know, air quality and greenhouse gas modeling.
Okay, thank you. My last comment, I mean, I know this was not for questions, but I just want to iterate again, just praise for how detail-oriented the engagement with public was. Barry, I've seen you operate, at least in my time focused on this, and it has always been commendable how beyond just the detail, the intention with which you translate, really looking at what the person is asking for and seeing how it can be expressed in terms of outcome, where it fits in the context of the general plan and all the way down to the policy implementation level. So just thank you for your commitment to that. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's absolutely appropriate to have both comments and questions right now. I mean, this is what we are doing. So if anything else comes up, let me know. Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. The more I'm listening, the more I'm learning. In terms of the report, I have, you know, in the comments, the distinction between sea level rise and the delineation. I noticed that, you know, that's on the maps now, but the Bay Point corridor, is that an item that is included as part of the plan? I was trying to find it in the executive summary. I don't see it actually called out. And I was wondering if you had any thoughts around that piece, because we had a number of people speak specifically around the Bay Point corridor.
Bayland.
Bayland, sorry, thank you.
Just make sure I'm okay.
Sure, yeah, I can respond to that. Initially, there was no mention of the Baylands corridor in General Plan 2040. It was a concept that was introduced through the Marin County-wide plan, and we had a number of organizations come to the Planning Commission last fall and ask that we include it in the city's plan as well. It is a boundary that covers both the unincorporated and ideally, I think the groups that came to us thought it should go through the incorporated areas as well. What we said is that we already have a wetlands overlay district. We already have a sea level rise overlay zone. We're layering yet another designation on top of these two existing designations, and it's going through a site that, the Canalway site, which is future to be determined. There's still some unknowns about that property, and we just felt it would be premature to identify that additional corridor on top of the general plan overlay zone and designations that have already been created. It may be that we go through the sea level rise adaptation planning process and say, yep, that is the way we should go, and let's add the Baylands corridor, but we didn't feel that the time to do that was right now.
Thank you, I appreciate that clarification.
You have additional comments, Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you.
Thank you. So most of my questions are actually around the report, around the San Rafael General Plan 2040. And I do want to thank all the work of staff, Paul Jensen, everybody behind the scenes, and all the residents and volunteers who gave the input on the steering committee, Vice Mayor Bushy, a lot of effort. And I just love the timeline, stars or not, but all those interactions that we had with the community, because this is our guiding document. This is what we're going to use for the next 20 years. And having co-chaired it back in 2020, I'm just so impressed with the update, the refurbish. I know it wasn't a complete redo, but it really feels that way. It really feels like it's captured our values and is a very clear document. So I'm very excited that we're moving through the process and getting close to final approval. One of the questions I had, and this is just more a general observation, that when it comes to what the city can do and what our residents can do, we need to highlight that. For example, when it comes to fire prevention, wildfire prevention, hardening our homes, or water conservation, or greenhouse gas reductions, the city, we only control directly a really small amount of all of that. Wildfire prevention, we can do vegetation management. Water conservation, we can do it for cities, streets, and areas. Greenhouse gas reductions, there's a small fleet and we're doing upgrading our buildings, but a lot of that has to do with what our residents do. And I would like to see in the plan that get called out more, that this isn't something that I wish the city could just solve all of that, but it's actually really in partnership and collaboration with our residents. Those are three that just come top of mind. That as much as city, we can just knock the ball out of the park, but if the residents aren't doing their own efforts, then we're going to have a hard time moving the needle on that. So in all of that, I would love to have that amplified a little bit more, that we'll continue to role model and lead, but especially in those three areas that we really need to keep working with our residents. On canalways, we've already discussed it a lot. The Bayland corridor, I do appreciate folks that wrote in, and Councilmember Kurtz's additional clarifying question. We know that canalways, we recognize what that property is. It has been something that I think Mary Beth and I have talked about since, 2014, 2015. So I am satisfied that the additional mitigation and adaptation planning that will happen, the type of solution outcome we want will come out of that. So I am fine with not having that designation at this point in time in the plan. In the plan, there was a lot of discussion in the staff report about the cost benefit analysis, which we actually didn't really talk about tonight. But from what I read in the staff report, there was a lot of discussion about that as a metric. And I'm glad, yes, we want to be able to measure things. And I also want to make sure that that is not the final arbiter. As we start to look at, for example, if we're looking at equity and doing that with economic development, the bang for the buck or the cost benefit analysis, it might be so far down the line that it might not appear right away. And I know there's a sentence that says you have to look at long-term benefits and project on merits, but I really do want to caution us on that. Because if it's only cost benefit analysis, then, and that's all we were looking at, then we might miss out on the broader implications. And I think the plan gets at that, but I did want to highlight it, being that it seemed like it was something that was talked about at different committee levels. I'm really excited about the Equitable Economic Development Strategy called the EADS. Never heard, that's a terrible acronym, but really happy that the Planning Commission really delved into that and said, we've been talking about an economic strategic plan. It's part of our goals and objectives, and layering on the equity aspect of that and how do we support businesses for BIPOC owners, women owners. So really looking forward to doing that work. I'm glad that is called out so clearly in our plan. I only have two other specific things is, yes, a lot more on the historic preservation. Really grateful for the community members that showed up. I do have one very specific edit on a couple of the programs. I think it's CDP 5.8, Preservation Advocacy. San Rafael Heritage is actually named as an entity, and we don't do that in any of the general plan. We don't tend to name nonprofits or community groups. We will reference them, but I would prefer to have that edited out. This is a 20-year document, and when we start getting specific, we would want to add the Audubon Society talking about Tuscarora Marsh, right? I mean, because there are lots of partners we have. So what we've done historically in the general plan is to say community partners and to keep it broad, but we actually don't name them. So it is in both CDP 5.8 and CDP, 5.8 and CDP 5.10a, but if we could go through and make sure that that is kept broad. So it is in keeping with the format of the general plan. And then finally, and you did answer this around homelessness, I do look forward to having that more discussed and teased out, as it were, in the housing element. I do have a specific edit on that, drilling way down in the precise plan, because that is where you're receiving comments on tonight. There were two items having to do with homelessness, and on 3B, it said develop a long-term homelessness prevention plan and strategies, and then it goes on to describe it, but it actually doesn't talk about the county in that next statement. And Marin County Health and Human Services, they're the ones that provide the funding, and they're the ones that have developed the overall plan, and they're the ones that really coordinate a lot of the effort in Marin County. So absolutely, I know this is going to be beefed up more, but I felt that that was a glaring something that we were missing there. So I really want to make sure that we emphasize it's not just the state and local housing, it is with Marin County. So, and two more. Super delighted, and I think some of the council members have talked about this, the equity, diversity, inclusion. This is our first time having this element. I think it's a great, I'm looking forward to having this be adopted. It's about time, but these are in general plans throughout the state of California. Also with the age-friendly, we have the age-friendly city, and I really appreciate how those were called out. These are two things that we've been kind of doing it, but to really have it emphasized, saying this is what's important to our community, and it's so important, it's in our general plan. And then finally, the form-based code, very exciting. I went to that charrette, boy, was that back in pre-COVID, 2018, 2017. And it really does, what I like about the form-based code, it is a big change, but it reflects the way that we live in our communities. And it reflects the transition between the different types of if it's a downtown or suburban. So I'm excited that that has been brought forward as part of the downtown precise plan. So I just want to give those kudos because those are new. Those are brand new from the general plan 2020. So with that, I don't have any other comments, just praise for, again, for all the work that you've done, Barry, and we do look forward to the housing element. We know that you're not done yet. We are going to keep you around. So with those comments, unless there are additional comments from my colleagues, yes, Vice Mayor.
Not a comment, a question. Procedurally, what we're doing tonight, we are adopting the final environmental impact report, and we are anticipating at the next meeting the statement of overriding considerations for the significant unavoidable impact items, right?
Right. And as I look at this, there are two different actions, and I know the city clerk will come on and ensure that we do them separately.
Okay, so I just want, so because that statement we have not seen yet, and I will be very interested to see that before the next meeting, and may have edits or suggestions for that. But what we're doing tonight is just the report and approving that, and then taking the comment on the others. Thank you.
If I may just like to confirm what Vice Mayor Bushy explained is correct. And we will provide the statement of overriding considerations prior to the meeting. I will also add that the statement is almost identical to what the Planning Commission recommended that you adopt in their resolution on June 29th. So that information is out there and available for the public. There are a few words that were changed to get to the final version that you will see, but it's virtually the same document.
Thank you. Okay, if there are no other questions or comments, then we have 2 action items before us that we need a motion.
I will make the motion. I move that we adopt a resolution certifying the final environmental impact report, FEIR, SEH number 20190399167, prepared for the San Rafael General Plan 2040 and Downtown San Rafael Precise Plan.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye. That motion carries 4-0. Next item.
I move that we accept the report on the upcoming review of the San Rafael General Plan 2040 document and the Downtown Precise Plan.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. A roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye. That motion carries 4-0. Thank you again, Barry, and we will see you again at the next meeting. Thank you. Okay. Our next item is request for modification of affordable housing requirements. Am I on the right page? Yes, I am. Okay. I had a big stack. I got it. And I see Director Judici and Ethan Guy. We're not going to let you go ever. I will turn it over to you two for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. I am going to go ahead and just reintroduce Ethan Guy. He's worked for us for a long time. He was willing to come back and prepare this presentation on a report that he prepared. So I'm happy to give it to Ethan and allow him to do the presentation. Thanks, Ethan.
Thanks, Director Judici. All right, and can everyone see my screen? Great. So as you said, this is a request for modification of the affordable housing requirement for Marydale townhomes. To give a little background as to where this requirement, this request is coming from. Back in March, there were 2 ordinances passed. There's Ordinance 1990 and Resolution 1489. The combination of the 2 lowered the affordable housing requirements citywide for new residential development projects. As part of that action, the council provided developers several options for meeting the new requirements, which included the payment of an in lieu fee, which would be paid to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. In addition, council also allowed projects that had received city approval, but had not yet started construction, so they had not pulled a building permit. They allowed those projects the ability to apply for a modification for their approval to be consistent with the new requirements. So essentially, if they haven't pulled a building permit yet, they could apply to modify their affordable housing requirements to meet the new requirements that were enacted on March 1st. And the purpose for that was twofold. The main one was really to incentivize construction, not just the approval of housing units, but also the modifications were really seen as a potential to offset some of the economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the request that we have today came in April 1st, 2021 from Campus Properties LLC. They submitted this request for modification for the project known as Marydale Townhomes, which is at 350 Marydale and 3833 Redwood Highway. The current approved project is 45 for-sale townhomes, 9 of which are designated below market rate units. The requested BMR modification would reduce that number to 2 for-sale BMR townhomes and have a payment of an in lieu fee of $859,922.50. Now, just one small kind of edit to make in the staff report. This was listed at $863. That was what was in the original request for modification. However, when you do the math for the in lieu fee, it's actually a little bit less. Where that number comes from is the primary requirement that's required as part of the affordable housing requirement, which is 5% of the base units. So that would be 2 for-sale units, and then that fractional unit would be paid as an in lieu fee. And then the developer selected as part of their secondary requirement an additional payment of 2.25 units worth of in lieu fees. That's where that $859,000 number comes from. This request for modification would be compliant with SRMC section 1416.030, which is the affordable housing requirement, and staff recommends approval. Now, what do we do with those funds? Those funds, those in lieu fee funds, would be deposited into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That fund is specifically dedicated to expanding the supply of affordable housing for lower and moderate income households through a variety of activities, both including new construction as well as the acquisition of existing housing. So the main goals of those activities really are to increase the supply of long-term affordable housing, preserve the physical and financial viability of the affordable housing, but also make sure that the city's acting quickly on affordable housing opportunities that are in the pipeline by leveraging in lieu payments collected to create that additional affordable housing. Now, in the staff report, we mentioned that the funds that would be associated with this request could potentially fill the estimated what's known as the affordability gap, which is the amount that a local jurisdiction would need to pay to make a project go from infeasible to feasible. Not necessarily the amount of subsidy in a project, but just what is needed to kind of get that project over the edge. And if we look historically at what we've seen in Marin as to what that affordability gap is, that amount of money that would be coming from this one project would potentially be able to fund up to 19 permanently affordable housing units. Now, the fiscal impact of this requested modification would have the developer pay the in lieu fee into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That would change the balance from about $3.6 million currently to $4.4 million after the payment. Now, as part of the affordable housing requirement, both the BMR units must be provided at the same time as market rate units, but also that in lieu fee must be paid prior to the issuance of building permits. And so the idea there is that you can't construct the building and then not pay your fees. We want to make sure we get those fees as part of the construction of the project. So what are the current council options right now? The first is to adopt this resolution that would approve the modification request. This is the staff recommended action. You could also direct staff to return with more information, or finally, you could take no action. Thanks.
Thank you, Ethan. Questions, Vice Mayor?
Ethan, great report. I want to make sure that I'm remembering correctly about the trust fund. As I recall, we have more applications for those funds than we have funds available. Is that correct? Because we don't want to just create a big trust fund sitting there. We want these dollars out there on bringing housing to fruition immediately, if possible.
Yeah, generally, I would say availability to need is always cyclical. So, whenever you say, hey, we're going to have this amount of money, all of a sudden you have projects that show up. But I think it's safe to say that at any given time, the need for affordable housing funding is greater than the ability for the local government to match that funding.
And that's a little bit vague. Let me ask, let me turn this into something a little bit more precise. Based on your professional judgment, and feel free to turn to the director if that would be advisable. what is your best projection of when these funds would be spent?
I would direct to Director Giudice. That being said, there is a current need for funds.
So what I would add to that is that there is a desire to release a notice of funding availability soon in the coming months. We've been, I think the struggle has been that we have Ethan left us, not to put Ethan on the spot, but we are seeing an opportunity coming in the coming months. So I expect that we'll be releasing something soon. And I think that was a question, right?
Yes. All right. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Yeah, just to further, and I think I get what Vice Mayor was talking about. We have to have the NOFA, the Notice of Funding Availability, so that then people apply for those funds. And so we haven't had a NOFA since the original one. And then my question, I usually go last, but it's related, is when we did it the first time, didn't we already give money out through that first round of the first NOFA?
Yes, so we did give money out that first round of the NOFA, and to kind of clarify some of my vagueness in my earlier response. The funds don't necessarily have to go directly to a new construction project. As part of the NOFA process, we may find things that we didn't even know about, that we could get projects that weren't even in our pipeline or on our radar that we might say, hey, we need these projects. So at any given time, there's always going to be a need, just given the state of the affordable housing crisis in the Bay Area, to provide funding for that. But we do need to go through a NOFA process to really kind of figure out kind of what scale that need is.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Ethan. It's good to have you back. When we had this conversation previously about reducing the amount, I remember one of the comments I had made was, we're evaluating whether 15%, 10%, and if we went down to 10%, which is what was approved, we would get requests to go to 5%. And that's exactly what happened. And I recognize that this request is absolutely within the direction of what our policy that we set. So I recognize that. We're having conversation now around the in lieu fees and the use of the trust fund. And I think based on this and this conversation starting is that, I think we need some more guidelines around the use of the trust fund. And because I anticipate we will see more of these types of requests come through. And we haven't really established evaluation criteria, as far as I understand it, or at what point do we put the notification out? At what point should the trust, how large should the trust fund be to put it out? So I think as this goes through, yes, this is one of the first ones we've had, I believe, based on the new policy. But I think it's also indicating that we have some work to do to refine how we're doing the trust fund. So it's not really a question right now, although I am not, in principle, I'm not really in support of in lieu fees. I think it sort of goes contrary to our need of needing affordable housing and delivering affordable housing and addressing the need that we need affordable housing across the entire city and not in particular areas or in fully in particular developments. So I think that, but yes, this is the policy and it does fit to the policy, but I think there's work that we can do around the trust fund. So more comment than question, sorry.
That's okay. It's okay. Any questions, Councilmember Hill?
Yes, actually, building on what Councilmember Kurtz said, I was able to find the guidance for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. It's a little buried. There's some broken links, but it's going back to the January 21st meeting in 2020 and was able to find the document there. I think it would be good to surface it in maybe in the CDD portion of our website, just to make it very front and center. I think, even building further on what Councilmember Kurtz just said, I do think that we, based on the policy, if we are going to trade, so to speak, having affordable housing built in development, and it affords the city the opportunity to be able to achieve that formulation that you talked about for the affordability gap, then we would want to make sure that we're doing it in the most expedient and efficient way. So I appreciate what you were saying, Councilmember Kurtz, and obviously if we're going to go that direction, we want to make sure that it's exercised correctly. I think that does lead me to the question about affordability gap. You arrived at the figure of 19 for this figure. What's the formula for that? Is it a constant? Does it change over time, or how did you arrive at that?
Yes, it's a good question. And before I answer that question, I do want to answer the comment question that's kind of was buried underneath it. And what you're both getting at is part of the criteria that would go into how we expend those funds would be developed through the NOFA process. So there would be an evaluation criteria piece on the development of the NOFA. And in there, you can say, we want to make this many funds available. We want to allocate them based upon this criteria. That's through that NOFA process. And so since we haven't gone one in quite a while, we have to kind of dig that up to kind of brush it off a little bit. So just know that is a part of that NOFA process. Going to the question of the affordability gap, how that comes in, yes, it's a living number. It's a number that kind of gets up. It's a rolling average. How we looked at it when we did this initial analysis was we took the most recent projects from Marin County that had received funding and the amount of funding that they needed per unit to get them over the gap from the locality. So that's not the money that's coming in from the federal government. That's not the money that's coming in from the state or what's coming in from private sources. That's just the money that the city or the county needed to provide in order to get that project to move forward. And that settled in around $45,000 per unit. Now, what I'd say is that $45,000 per unit is pretty low. Other jurisdictions in the Bay see closer to about $150,000 per unit. So the 19 number where it's coming from is $45,000 per unit. But if truth is somewhere in between, and truth is kind of project specific, because it is an average, you'd probably see somewhere between kind of 9 to 19. Still, both would be bigger than what would have been provided on site as part of the original project.
Thank you for that explanation. That's actually very helpful. And if I can go a little bit further based on what you just said, I read in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund guidelines, there was a staff recommendation for a bias toward filling the final funding gap. I presume that money maybe matters more, can go further if it's just a final funding gap that can get a project over the line. I think that may be the bias that's being referred to here, is the 45 may be more realizable if it's not trying to do like really make a stretch on getting something over the line, I guess was what I'm interpreting, but maybe you can validate that.
Yes, and there's some caveats to that, and there's a little bit of nuance, but the main caveat is that oftentimes by the time that you reach that point and you've secured all the other funding sources, there aren't really any other foreign funding sources that exist to get you over the line. Also, usually at that point, the project is pretty far along to becoming realized in and of itself. Usually in an affordable housing project, funding is one of the last things that's necessary to get the project moving. It's a little bit different than a for sale project or a non-market rate project, a market rate project in that the financing is not nearly as difficult as an affordable housing project. And that's really why it's necessary and helpful to kind of for a city or a county to be able to come in and kind of bridge that final gap just because of the complexity of affordable housing finance.
Great. Thank you, Ethan, as ever. Thank you.
Thank you. And just building on actually the discussion that's been taking place around funding sources, I think we all agree that we want the units to be built in the project, but we had passed this back in March because we wanted to incentivize construction. And then we have the Affordable Housing Fund. I would like it if you could speak to how can that fund help us, or will it help us take advantage of additional housing dollars that are coming down from the state or the feds? It seems like every time I open up the newspaper, there's more dollars out there. Having this fund be larger, will it enable us to try to attract more of those dollars here that are available because of the pandemic?
Absolutely. In almost all cases, both state, federal funding, a project becomes more competitive for those funds when there's a state or a local or a county match. So in one end, it also just makes it much more competitive at that state and federal level, just because of the ability to say, we have that local buy-in in the process and they've put some money towards it. Additionally, even before you get to the application process to try to get those funding sources, we've already seen one example recently where the ability for the city to come in with trust fund funding made a project realize that we didn't have on our pipeline at all, which was 3301 Kerner. That was a project that came up almost overnight in the terms of how long it usually takes to get financing, solely because there was immediate emergency funding made available. The city had funding in the trust fund. We were able to act quickly, and we were able to get a project up and running.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so let's turn to public comment. Wait for the city clerk to come on and help us out. Thank you.
All right, if you're calling in, please press *9 for public comments. And if you're on Zoom, you can use the virtual hands, the raise hand feature. And as soon as 2 minutes is expired, I will be muting. Here's our first speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Robert Upton from Campus Properties, with the applicant relative to this resolution. I applaud the city's action to incentivize construction. As we know, there's a big difference between getting approvals and actually getting something built. I've been the person on our team that's been responsible for trying to find a builder to actually execute on this project. And I've been discussing the opportunity with builders since before the approval, which is now 18 months ago. In addition to the factors noted in the staff report, the biggest problem that we've identified is having sufficient market rate units to attract a regional builder. We found that the 36 market rate units as approved are just not enough. 43 is just about sufficient. We currently have a very well qualified builder who says they're ready to move ahead if this resolution is confirmed tonight. I think we followed your ordinance, and I hope you're able to approve the resolution. I'm happy to answer any questions and go into more detail if you like. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Good evening, everyone. I've come to provide comment on this item tonight in hopes that the council will deny this request for modification for a couple of reasons. First, the developer submitting the request for modification, Campus Properties, has cited the following reasons for the request after having no problem with agreeing back in February of 2020 to the city's standard of 20% below market rate housing being provided within all new developments, cost of producing below market rate units, substantial increase in project costs, loss of expected revenues due to project modifications during project review, which is all a nice way of trying to say offering this many BMR units is a financial hardship for us, so we need this number lowered in order for this project to still be viable. If this is really the reason for the request, then how is it the Campus Properties has no issue with agreeing to cut a check to the city for the required in lieu of fee of almost $860,000 upfront? The reality is that they aren't making this request here this evening due to any semblance of financial hardship that the construction of 9 BMR units would cause. They're submitting this application because they see that housing demand and prices in this area are through the roof, and the money that they stand to make by pulling back 7 of the 9 BMR units that they agreed to build and selling them at market rates stands to net them a profit that will dwarf that fee that they're agreeing to pay. Any threats from campus properties, the denial of this request will cause them to pull out of the development altogether at this stage of project planning are laughable at best. Second, while I'm well aware of the fact that the in lieu of fee is deposited into the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund, if the goal of the money in that fund is to identify opportunities to fund new and existing affordable housing to members of this community, what better way to uphold that mission than to actually require this developer to provide the 9 affordable homes that they already agreed to construct? There's no telling how long it'll take the city to identify a project suitable for these in lieu of monies, and at this point, a vote to approve this application simply comes across as a genuine lack of intention to provide another 7 families in this city a real chance to be able to own a home here. I urge the council to deny this request for modification.
Thank you, Jaron.
I see no other hands raised, and that concludes public comment.
Thank you. So it's always a little, Zoom is always odd in so many different ways. If we were in the chambers, an applicant normally would have more than their 2 minutes. So
Actually, there was a hand that went up right when public comment was closed. I think I want to see if we can maybe take that comment so it's not closed too quickly.
Oh, I didn't see that. City Clerk, did you see that?
I missed that, but I can go ahead and turn that on right now. There's still, the timer's still up.
Okay.
Hi, I appreciate that. This is Bill Carney again from Sustainable San Rafael. And I thought we had another person to comment, but I'm filling in. So yeah, we're not super, we're a little disappointed in seeing how this plays out, but we knew that back when the rules were approved. We would ask now that the city deploy the increased in lieu funds from the Marydale project towards the creation of new affordable housing located in neighborhoods similar to the Marydale site, that is economically integrated communities close to transit. And I'm emphasizing new affordable housing in that, as well as the location of it. We also ask that the results of the in lieu expenditures stemming from this development be carefully tracked so that the estimated additional new affordable units, whether it's 19 or something less, can be verified, and that such monitoring needs to continue on a cumulative basis going forward and be included in all staff reports for future housing developments in order to be able to judge the success of the new rules that are in place in creating new units under these new housing rules. So some of the same concerns that you all were talking about before, and that's our sort of version of them. You know, the city has embarked on a whole new venture here, a very entrepreneurial venture, and we applaud that. Want to see it work and get the new units that were, intended. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Bill. Well sorted.
Looks like there's another public comment now.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
This is Michael Hooper, also with Campus Properties, and I'd just like to expand just a little bit on some of the comments that came earlier. First of all, I think a year ago when you adopted this ordinance, you were doing exactly the right thing to make it happen. Where we find ourselves, particularly right now, is that we must incentivize the builder to get on and get it done. Now more than ever, we need to see that happen, because as Robert, intimated earlier on, it's not happening. Marin County is not always the most user-friendly to regional type of builders. And this is an experience we've found not just on this project, but several others in the past. We need to make it worth their while. Generally, they're located out in the Tri-Valley. It's easy for them to go and look for projects in that area or beyond. And actually, they earn higher profits by doing that. So I think what you did a year ago was an extremely bold move, but it was the right move to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
I'll give everyone a few seconds. I see no further public comment.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. I will close the public comment and bring it back. One of the questions that I had heard was about the in lieu fee versus the creation of the BMR units. And what I was saying, sorry, when we got distracted by the additional public comment, was normally when we're in the chambers and the applicant's physically there, they will come up and they'll have more than the 2 minutes. So I would like, I guess Robert, the applicant, to answer that question. I would like to hear what he has to say about that. So City Clerk, I'm not sure how we manage that in the Zoom environment.
Yeah, would you like me to use a timer or?
Well, no, I mean, no, because this is, we're asking him for clarification around the question that was given. I would like to hear what he has to say about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and give request to unmute.
Okay, I'm muted. I'm sorry, could you clarify the question exactly?
So the question was, if it's a hardship to do the BMR units, then how is the in lieu fund check able to be written? So I think there's a question really about how in lieu fees are versus development fees or development costs.
Sure, absolutely. Well, as I said, I think I said in my previous remarks, the biggest problem that we found here is just attracting builders to do this number of units. I mean, the total number of units is right on the cusp of what they're typically prepared to do. And as Michael said, coming to Marin for most of them is a step away from their backyard. So it all comes down at the end of the day to the number of market rate units. Obviously, they don't make any profit on the affordable units. They can only make a profit on market rate units. So if we can get the market rate units up to a number of 43, then that makes a huge difference. And we do have somebody who's ready to move ahead based on that. They will not move ahead based on 36. And we've been doing this, as I said, for over 18 months. So I think we proved the point. We've certainly proved it to ourselves. So I hope we've proved it to you.
Thank you, Robert. I appreciate that additional clarification. Are there additional questions that the council has of either the applicant or of Ethan or comments? Vice Mayor Bushy, I'll start with you.
No further questions. I'm prepared to make the motion when the time is right.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
No questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Kurtz.
No questions, but I'd like, if we could bring back, Mayor Kate, consideration for a subcommittee and some more documentation or analysis or thoughts around the management of in lieu fees guidelines. I'm not sure exactly how we would structure that or how that would be, taken on.
Thank you. We can ask Director Giudice. What I had heard was that during the NOFA, there'll be additional clarity around that. And so that is where I'm thinking that discussion would be appropriate to take place.
That's correct. This would not, the recommendation for tonight or the action for tonight would not be the right time to add criteria, but we could, when we release the NOFA, we could, create some criteria around what types of projects.
Right. And I think that's what the request is that when the NOFA is
there.
Yeah. So we will figure out, we'll ensure that conversation takes place, and we'll work with the city manager to figure out the appropriate way to do that.
Thank you.
Actually, Mayor Kate, I had a question.
Oh, yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah. No, please do, because I have questions too, so go ahead.
That the staff report was not correct on the calculation, does that need to be called out when the motion is made, or does that not need to be modified?
It's a good clarification, and the actual resolution and the changes themselves don't actually put a dollar amount. It just says how to calculate it. So there would not need to be a change on the resolution side. It just says it's this times the in lieu fee, and that's the fee, ultimate fee that would need to be paid. It's just an issue in the staff report.
Thank you. So my question, and this had come up both from public comment and it's come up every time we've talked about it, is the monitoring and tracking of the program. So I don't know if that's something that Ethan, that you've designed, but I just think having that check-in, because we did do a new policy. We're hopeful it's going to do what we want it to do. Obviously, we need some time to transpire to see that. We need to have projects in the pipeline. So I just want to ensure, I don't know what the appropriate time is. I don't know if it's after the second NOFA, the third, or what, but I do think ensuring that we have some sort of tracking or monitoring is very important.
That's correct. I believe that in the resolution we estimated 18 months after the adoption of the
resolution for March. The resolution.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, the resolution includes kind of two elements. One, there's annual reporting, where we'll be reporting out on the units in the housing development pipeline and their project status, the number of units built for low income and moderate income households, and lieu fee revenues collected into the Housing Trust Fund, and also the units funded through the Housing Trust Fund. That's annual reporting. And then there's more of a programmatic wide review, 18 months from the effective date of the policy itself.
Okay, thank you for reminding us of that. Wonderful. I don't have any additional questions. We need all types of units. When we look at housing, yes, absolutely, we need affordable housing. We need them at all different levels, and market rate will also ensure that we're expanding our housing stock. So, with that, I don't have any additional questions or comments. And I think Vice Mayor, you had said that you would be willing to. I think it's just one motion on this one.
One motion. I move that we adopt the resolution approving a request for modification of inclusionary housing requirements for the Marydale Townhomes, 350 Marydale/3833 Redwood Highway.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye. That motion carries 4-0. Thank you, Director Giudice. Thank you, Ethan. Always a pleasure. And, we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the request to waive the building permit fees for the Babylon project. Director Giudice.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Kate. For this, I'd like to invite Don Jepson, our Chief Building Official, to join us and give a brief presentation. I'm available to answer questions as well. I believe most of you have met Don Jepson. Don, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. My video doesn't seem to, oh, I think it just came on. Great.
We see you.
Great. Good evening. So we have a request in front of you tonight to request the staff items to request the waiving of the building permit fees. The resolution is to deny the request. Back in January, Eden Housing submitted an application for building permits, and we brought on SGIL, our third-party plan check, to start the plan review for that. And they're in about the final stages of getting that approved. In May of this year, Eden House submitted a letter to City of San Rafael requesting a waiver for the building permit fees associated with this project. They cited 3 items, which is in the staff report. One was the increase in lumber supply costs. The other is the increase in commercial insurance. And the third item was long-term lending rates have increased. They anticipate the project is a $28 million project, and they anticipate they have a $2.5 million gap that they would like some help with. The fees that are eligible to be waived on table 1 are in bold, and that would be about $214,000, which include our plan review fee, which is already being done by SGIL, and then our building permit inspections when the project is launched. I had one other item. The city had previously approved $800,000 in funding for affordable housing project to offset the cost of development. One of the criteria for receiving the funds is stated in the application forms that successful applicants will be responsible for all entitlements, construction, and long-term management of the housing. So in effect, they kind of agreed that they would have paid for the building permits. The resolution before the council, you have 4 options. You can adopt the resolution as proposed by staff denying the request of the waiver. You can adopt the resolution with modifications. You can direct staff to return with more information, or you can take no action. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Don. Vice Mayor, do you have any questions?
Could you elaborate just a little bit more on the exact reasons? Why should we say no?
So we generally have to pay staff and pay our third-party consultant to do the plan review. And so if we don't pay for that, it has to come from somewhere. I'm assuming from the general budget. Allie might have additional information that maybe the monies could come from some other fund. But generally that $214,000 has to come from somewhere to pay our third-party consultant and to pay our staff to do the inspections.
So it's really just a fiscal issue. This is just we've got to pay our bills and.
I would add a couple of things. One is that we did, as Don mentioned, we did, when we released the NOFA last fall, Vivalon and Eden Housing was one of the applicants, and we did award them $800,000 to fund that project, to help fund that project. And one of the criteria was that they would then be responsible for proceeding with, obtaining their permits, constructing the project and long-term maintenance of the project. So that was part of the agreement. The other thing that I would add is that we've received a number of inquiries about, funding through the notice of funding availability. And as I mentioned earlier in the prior presentation, we are getting ready to release that. We haven't been able to release that, and that release of that NOFA will allow us to kind of gauge, what funding is being requested and figure out where the appropriate funding should go to. And so without having that and directing this funding towards this project, it eliminates the possibility of kind of exploring other potential applicants. There were 4 applications that were submitted in last fall. Only 2 applicants were awarded funding from the NOFA. So we would be interested in kind of evaluating all of those potential applicants.
One other item that might be worth mentioning is they had anticipated a $1.1 to $1.4 million for building permit fees. It looks like our prices are about $561,000 for all the building permit fees. So that $2.5 million shortfall is probably substantially less than they anticipated because of an early estimate done on building permits.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is this is too much like a second bite at the NOFA apple, if you will. They've had their allocation from the trust fund, and they're essentially asking for more now. And it sounds like we're a little skeptical of their cost estimates. So, okay, I get that. Sounds good. Thank you.
I'm going to follow up on that same question because I was thinking the same thing. When the second NOFA comes up, couldn't they apply in that process? So what you're saying is that's a competitive, equitable way to compete for those funds versus doing it now in a non-competitive environment, which is not as fair to the other projects that would come forward. But they can come back for additional funds, correct?
That's correct. And it may be that we accept all the applications, and this may be the correct, the best place to, the best project to fund. But we won't know until we actually release that NOFA and kind of get a sense of what all of those applications are.
And we would do that through the NOFA though versus a building waiver. That's a different mechanism.
Correct.
Okay, just clarifying. Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. Thank you for the report. And I think even before I ask my questions, I would acknowledge that, both the city and I think the community at large support this project. I think for all the reasons that were articulated when the entire site was approved for this development. And I think what I'm hearing as well, thank you, Vice Mayor and Mayor, for bringing it up this way. I think that there are still many avenues ahead here available. So it seems like we want to make sure that we are being consistent with how we do this and not create a precedent for just kind of funding out of turn. I think we all recognize that there is a need here, but I think that there are still additional opportunities to find the way forward. So thank you.
Councilmember Kurtz, any questions?
Have we done this before where we've had building fee waivers?
No, I think in the staff report, there were a couple that I called out that were very specific. One was for the San Rafael Corporate Center, kind of part of the nearby what BioMarin was a part of before. And that was the unique circumstance with that is that our road impact fees are calculated based on valuation of a project. In this case, the project was valued higher than most office and research projects are because they had to bring in expensive equipment. And so that raised the valuation higher than what a normal building like what was being proposed would have been. And so because of that, there was a need to officially waive a portion of the fees. And the analysis was that, based on what what a normal building of that type and size would have been valued at was the way we calculated the fees for that particular project rather than what the actual cost of the project was. And then.
But that was for impact fees, right, Allie?
Correct. Yep. And then I think there were a number of small projects that were under $2,000 for remodels, window replacements, that sort of thing for affordable housing projects, but nothing like this has ever been issued.
I'm just wondering, are we treating all of these projects apples to apples? And this project, I think, has a different flavor. And I think that it does present a different scenario and criteria. And yet again, maybe not applicable right now, but I think as we go forward, maybe there's a need to make a distinction of these different types of projects, that they're not treated in necessarily, maybe they shouldn't be treated the same way as all commercial residential projects, however we're classifying this one. I don't know if this one's considered a mixed use project, right? A mixed use project. Just as we've come through having to do things differently coming out of the pandemic or in the pandemic these days of closing 4th Street. We've had to do things differently. And I think there are situations and timings that we are going to have to look at some of these. If we're really focused on housing and the type of housing, I think we're going to need to understand it may not fit into the box the same way as every project. And so I recognize, I mean, we know that this is really strictly for affordable housing. And it's right. So we absolutely know, and the developer Eden Housing, this is their area. I mean, so it's not like we're talking about some units and not other units. And I mean, so I think that I'm not surprised about the request because I consider this a different type of project. That said, we haven't built a model to allow that. So I guess my question is there opportunity, potentially having to go forward, if not tonight, but going forward to reclassify some of these mixed use projects in a different way?
If I understand correctly, is it that there's a concern that this would not be classified as an affordable housing project, or that there might be an opportunity?
100% affordable housing project might be classified differently than a mixed use affordable housing project might be classified differently than a mixed use project that's not 100% affordable housing.
So I see the city manager has come on.
Yeah, that which means I probably went a step far.
I think staff's recommendation at that point would not be to change the building permit fees under that kind of scenario, but instead would be to use the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Because I think that's a much sharper tool for what you're describing. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of cities that are not as proactive about trying to do everything they can to build affordable housing, and they don't have those kind of tools, and maybe the only option available to them is to try to reduce fees. In our case, we are paying a third party. Those are actual out of pocket costs, and we have shown an enormous desire to get this project built by contributing $800,000.
Absolutely.
So I think what you're getting at, I would totally agree with. We would probably suggest, though, using the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and the NOFA process if we wanted to prioritize higher these kind of projects, or put additional funds into these projects, or call out that in addition to just filling a gap, these funds are also going to go towards additional fees or things like that. I think we would do that through the NOFA process, because we have that as the tool that we use, that I think is a better instrument to accomplish what we're trying to do here.
I appreciate that. I think that makes sense. And maybe that goes back to the conversation about the NOFA process, that maybe under a certain dollar amount, it's more like a grant process versus a full other process. So maybe there's a way of looking at it that way as well.
Unless there are any other questions from the council, we'll ask the city clerk to help us with public comment. And we had received several letters and emails on this that I know the council has all read. So thank you for those who have already contacted us. And we're open now for public comment.
Thank you. And if you are on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. And if calling in, you'll press *9. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Bob Bendoli. I'm speaking from MAC Environmental Housing Collaborative. We'd like to urge you to grant the building permit fee waiver or otherwise provide relief so the Viviland project can proceed immediately. This project's been many years in the making, with numerous delays to accommodate community concerns. And during this time, construction costs and other costs have gone up, jeopardizing the viability of the project. Ironically, the city has just reduced the BMR requirement at the Marydale project from 9 to 2 units and will accept an in lieu fee. The staff report suggests that this fee will ultimately yield 19 affordable units. We hope this is accurate, but it's speculative. At the same time, you have a solid proposal for 67 affordable units that's not speculative at all and is ready to go. In fact, it's in plan check. But it needs relief from the building permit fees. We urge you to waive the fee or by other means provide relief so that the Viviland project can proceed. The 67 units at Vivalon aren't speculative, they're guaranteed. Thanks for your time tonight.
Thanks, Bob.
Hi, this is Ann Gray. I'm the CEO at Vivalon, and I just have a couple of comments. I'd like to thank the city council members for hearing us on this issue and ask that you vote no on the recommendation to decline the waiver of permit fees for the Vivalon Healthy Aging Campus. And these fees also include costs that are incurred by Vivalon, and Vivalon as a nonprofit has not received any funds directly from the city of San Rafael for this project, and the receipt of city funding from multiple sources really helps improve the score for additional financing to complete this project. And as it was stated before, the costs have gone up significantly, and part of that $800,000 that was awarded earlier to Eden Housing is for street improvements around the project. So it doesn't really reduce our construction costs, it's just covering additional costs to help the project go forward. So I really appreciate the support of the city of San Rafael throughout this project, and we'd like it to keep it moving, and I hope you'll consider this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gray.
Hello, and good evening in San Rafael City Council. My name is Tamar. I'm a project developer for Eden Housing, working on the Vivalon Healthy Aging Campus, formerly known as Whistlestop. I'd first like to thank you for considering our building permit fee waiver request, as well as the $800,000 loan allocation from your Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And I know you're aware of the reasons we're coming to you with this request, which includes filling a gap in our financing, as well as escalating lumber and insurance costs, as well as increased lender rates. But there's some also other points to consider. We would like to bring it to your attention and consideration that public funding, even in the form of fee waivers, helps make our applications, especially for tax credits, which constitutes the majority of our financing, more competitive, particularly when it comes down to a tiebreaker score. On top of that, the staff report does include mention of the City Council Resolution 11025, which is a policy that says the city will consider waiver of building and planning fees for affordable housing units and nonprofits which provide services that benefit low-income residents. And it seems that the Vivalon Healthy Aging Campus is just the type of project that this policy was aimed to help. Finally, last year, we had heard that the Loch Lomond Marina BMR buyout agreement would fund close to $3.6 million to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And I know that has been a discussion during this meeting today. And of course, you know, there's the possibility of allocating some of those funds to our projects when the funds come in. And if they are indeed available, could they possibly be put into this project, particularly addressing this waiver cost? All in all, we come in with our development partners, Vivalon, to really kind of address the need of, you know, not only supporting and progressing affordable housing, but also just being able to find means and vehicles necessary and amenable to actually being able to kind of address some of those costs. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Tamar.
Hi, this is Bill Carney again. Sustainable San Rafael also recommends that the city continue its support of Vivalon by waiving associated permit fees to the maximum extent allowable. You know, this is 100% affordable senior housing, very important project. It is, you know, time is of the essence. As we know, time is money, and moving this project along without further delay is worth a lot, considering everything that the city has put into this already and the community has put into it. Also, we don't believe that the Affordable Housing Trust Fund should be used to offset the waiver, and we would urge that the city redouble its efforts to identify other sources, such as those supporting economic recovery from the pandemic. So thank you again for your ongoing efforts to revitalize housing construction and to support housing equity in San Rafael. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
I'm going to give everyone about 5 seconds if there's anyone else who would like to provide public comment. I see no further public comment.
Thank you, City Clerk. I will close public comment. I know there's already been quite a bit of commenting by the council members, but if there are additional questions or comments, Vice Mayor shaking her head. Yes, Councilmember Hill.
If if you will indulge me on a thought experiment, what would it take to open up the NOFA? How long would that take to develop a NOFA that that could be applied for generally coming out of this meeting? How quickly could a NOFA be stood up?
I'm gonna pull in Ethan. Maybe he can provide some input on what it took last time.
Yeah, so generally a NOFA can get stood up fairly quickly. I think the main questions, especially kind of with the conversation that happened on the last agenda item, is making sure that there's sufficient process to be able to discuss the evaluation criteria and the amount of money that would be made available through the NOFA. So usually when you have a trust fund, you don't make the entire balance available. You make only a portion of it available. So that would just be a conversation that would need to be had, especially around the evaluation criteria as well. When we had a conversation in the actual suite of packages and amendments that were made back in March, one of the conversation points that was brought up too was thinking about whether or not do you want to allocate certain percentages to certain types of projects or certain geographies or to certain levels of affordability. So there is some additional conversation that would need to happen around that. But to answer specifically your question, the actual process of developing a NOFA is fairly straightforward. It's just the actual making sure we have the evaluation criteria written can take some time.
Thank you. And yeah, I think what I'm seeing is that where I'm struggling is that the granting of the $214,963, I'm not getting the sense that it's even clear that that would even be sufficient to bring the project over the line. It doesn't feel like that's the final push. I guess, the reason why I'm thinking and leaning into a NOFA process is that it would provide more opportunity to elaborate further on what would go into that application. I'm not seeing the full story here to make that kind of decision. That's why I'm curious about the NOFA process.
Yeah, no, great question. Additional questions or comments, Councilmember Kurtz?
Yeah, a policy number was referenced. I didn't catch the number. Was it
11025?
What was it?
11025.
025, okay. Can we look at that policy first? Is that relevant for this conversation? And the second question is, in terms of, I appreciate Councilmember Hill's perspective around that, because I was thinking the same thing. What other sources of funding would Vivalon, do we know if Vivalon would have additional sources of funding to support this, either through grants or other processes? Because I think that, to Councilmember Hill's point, it is unclear if we do fulfill this request, could there potentially be another request down the road? And that may be the case, but at what point does it not, the project doesn't work? And so we need to understand that a little bit. And then there was also a question about using recovery funds, and I don't know if that's even possible in terms of our own funding that's available. I don't know if that would be something that could be looked at or considered.
So Director Juice, if you could speak to the policy, I think that was in the staff report as well, but if you could just touch on that, and then funding. And just so you know, I actually have already reached out to Senator McGuire's office and Assemblymember Levine's. I sent them a one sheet. Thank you to Director Gray of Bivalon, who sent me a one sheet on the project, asking them if they could help us identify any sort of grant. So that was already done. So I think that, and I had said in both of those inquiries, or saying that the council would be supportive, or, you know, sometimes who knows what the grant applications are. So I agree with you. I think there is funding out there, and for what it's worth, we'll see. We got $1 million for a library, you know, last month. So who knows? But Director Giudice, if you could speak to the other items.
Yeah. So in regard to Resolution 11025, there's not a whole lot in terms of the criteria. And I can share with you, sorry, I can share with you, let's see if I have this correct. You see that? Okay. It essentially says affordable housing units included in the city's below market rate housing program, or where units are similarly restricted for long-term affordability. But there's no criteria. I believe that's what you're looking for, is what would be the criteria.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Right. I saw that. Yeah. And I just didn't know when would that come into play? If it doesn't come into play here, and maybe that's something that we need to look at in terms of this policy to establish that criteria.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, there is criteria. There's a criterion, and it's based on its impact on the general fund. That's what is identified as the factor we're to be considering.
That would be the implication.
Well, sure. No. Subsection D says consideration of fee waivers shall also be based upon the impact of such waivers on the general fund. So there's our criterion.
But I understand that, but what then is 2B or A2 applicable then? If the only thing we're taking into consideration is the impact on the general fund, do you need point 2?
Well, point 2 says that we'll consider only these types of items we will consider waiving. And our consideration will be directed by the impact on the general fund.
Shall also.
In other words, if we're in a position to be able to come up with funding for it, we will do it.
But I haven't heard tonight's conversation about the impact to the general fund.
I think that's what I asked a question about what was the reason for denying this, and the first response was basically we need to recover our fees, because these are external fees that we have to pay. These are out-of-pocket costs that would otherwise have to come out of the general fund. If I'm remembering correctly, I think we heard those exact words, that it would have to come out of the general fund.
Well, yeah, I mean, right.
So what's in front of us tonight is a very specific ask, but I think it is bringing out maybe additional conversation around fee waivers, if this is going to start to be a thing that happens, if we're going to do it through the NOFA process or something else. But what was written in that policy is what we have to deal with today. And so looking at the item in front of us where the staff has recommended denial. And for me, I share with a lot of what my colleagues had said, that Bivalon's amazing. We are really excited about this project going forward, which is why when they competed equitably with other projects, we awarded them $800,000. Not everyone got funded. And so I do understand about, how do we prioritize these types of projects versus others? We need to be careful on that. And I think we get through that through the NOFA process. Otherwise, it ends up being a beauty contest that's not equitable, not fair, not consistent. And so for me, I'm delighted that we've been able to support them. I am concerned about the precedent setting of saying the $800,000 was contingent upon entitlement, them covering the entitlements. If that had not been the case when it was approved, we might have not given them the $800,000. So I worry about that. I do believe, I'm happy to know they can compete again in the NOFA. I think they're a good project. I want to see the other ones that come down. And to Councilmember Hill's suggestion, can we do it faster? the previous one, we just finished saying we want all this criteria. So yeah, we could do it fast if we, are pretty streamlined, but we just finished. What I heard from my colleagues was, well, no, we really wanted to be, make sure that it's the type of projects that we want to have. I hear that, and that's time, and it's time with staff members that we don't have on staff yet. So, there's a balance there, but I think that I know that city manager has heard us. I know Director Giudice has heard us. I know Don Jebsen has heard us about, that we would love to have the NOFA stood up. I've never heard that expression, stood up, set up, whatever it was. So, and then I did mention that I've reached out, I think they're state dollars out there. And so I'm going to follow up with those state entities and see if we might be able to help connect some of the grants there. So those are really summarizing really what I've heard and where I am sitting on this right now. But I do want to underscore that we are thrilled that Vivalon is looking at their Healthy Aging campus in San Rafael. And I think the NOFA process is the best way to move forward on this. So unless there are additional comments, I would entertain a motion on this item.
My only comment would be that we regret that we are unable to grant this request. And so therefore, I move that we adopt the resolution to deny the request for waiver of building permit fees.
Is there a second?
I'm considering the motion, Vice Mayor. Would it be possible if we can tack onto the motion a direction for staff to consider what it would look like to stand up a NOFA, or are you preferring not to do that at this point?
It would be my thought that would exceed the scope of this agenda item.
Maybe the city manager can weigh in. I do think we're giving direction to staff. I think they're hearing that loud and clear.
Right. I don't think we need to put that in the motion.
Yeah, absolutely. We understand. We want to get a notice of funding availability out as quickly as we possibly can. The city's been very aggressive about building affordable housing and contributing to it. And that's exactly what we want to do. The last thing we want to do is sit on funds that could go into projects being built. So we're very interested in doing this as quickly as we can. We'll work really closely with the council on the criteria, and we'll get it out there very soon.
Thank you. I'll second. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, no, thank you. Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye. That motion passes 4-0. Thank you all. This is a good discussion. I wish we were having it in person, but we'll get there. So thank you. And thank you, Director Giudice. Thank you, Don, for helping us with that item. So now switching gears, we have MOUs, which we are so grateful to Human Resources Manager Gonzalez Shelton for navigating all this, as well as Assistant City Manager Alilovich and our negotiation team for bringing all these MOUs to us. So I will just turn it over to you. I know some are first readings, and I think, are they all second readings? But you will let us know.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
So good evening, Mayor Kate and council members. So tonight I'm presenting several MOUs and salary resolution items for approval. So I'll get right to it. I'm going to cover items 8A and 8B together. So these items are for the second reading of the successor MOUs for AFSCME Local 1 and WCE, the Western Council of Engineers. These were both presented for public comment on July 6th, and there were no public comments at that meeting. Just to recap, each agreement is for a 3-year term and includes the value of a 3.5% base wage increase in each year of the contracts and a one-time non-pensionable payment in exchange for removing the revenue sharing provision from each MOU. In addition, there are side letters regarding repayment of the furlough reduction taken by AFSCME Local 1 and WCE employees in fiscal year 2021. So the total furlough repayment for AFSCME employees is $14,250, and the total for WCE employees is $17,500. So with that, staff recommends that you approve the successor MOUs for AFSCME Local 1 and Western Council of Engineers. That would be two separate voting items.
Thank you. Any questions of Sylvia? Vice Mayor? No. Councilmember Hill? Councilmember Kurtz? No questions. I'll take public comment on this item.
If you are using Zoom and would like to provide public comment, please use the raise hand feature. I see no public comment.
Thank you. I will close the public comment and bring it back for either additional comments or for a motion. Two separate motions.
I'll make the two separate motions. Do you want to, City Clerk, to run them separately?
Yes, please.
Okay. First one is to adopt a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding pertaining to compensation and working conditions for AFSCME Local 1, July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024, and furlough reimbursement side letter.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye. That motion carries 4-0. And Councilmember Kurtz, you volunteered for the next one.
Yep. Second one, adopt a resolution approving an MOU pertaining to compensation and working condition for Western Council of Engineers, July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024, and furlough reimbursement side letter.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye. That motion carries 4-0. Back to you, Sylvia.
The next item, 8C, is the second reading of the successor MOU for SEIU Local 1021, which was presented for public comment on July 6th. This agreement is also for a 3-year term and includes the value of a 3.5% base wage increase for the bargaining group in each year of the contract, and a side letter regarding repayment of the furlough reduction taken by SEIU employees in fiscal year 2021. The total furlough repayment for the bargaining group is approximately $304,000. There were no public comments at the last meeting, and staff recommends that you approve the successor MOU for SEIU Local 1021.
Thank you. Any additional questions from the council? Not seeing any. I will open up to public comment.
If you'd like to provide public comment, please use the raise hand feature. I see no public comment.
Okay, I will close the public comment and bring it back for a motion in a second, please.
I can make the motion. I move that we adopt a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding pertaining to compensation and working conditions for SEIU Local 1021, July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024, and furlough reimbursement side letter.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0. Sylvia,
The
next
next item is the second reading of the successor MOU for the San Rafael Fire Chief Officers Association, which was presented for public comment on July 6th. There were no public comments at that meeting. In summary, the agreement is for a 3-year term and includes the value of a 3.5% base wage increase for the bargaining group in year 1, and the value of a 4% base wage increase for the bargaining group in years 2 and 3. So with that, staff recommends that you approve the successor MOU for the San Rafael Fire Chief Officers Association.
Thank you, Sylvia. Additional questions from the council? Not seeing any. I will invite public comment on this item.
Please use the raise hand feature if you'd like to provide public comment. I see no public comment.
I will close the public comment and bring it back for a motion in a second.
I move that we adopt a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding pertaining to compensation and working conditions for San Rafael Fire Chief Officers Association, July 1st to 2021 through June 30th, 2024.
There a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0. Next item.
8E is the second reading of the successor MOU for the San Rafael Police Mid-Management Association, which was also presented for public comment on July 6th. And there were no public comments at that meeting. In summary, the agreement is for a 3-year term and includes the value of a 4% base wage increase for each year of the contract. So with that, staff recommends that you approve the successor MOU for the San Rafael Police Mid-Management Association.
Thank you. Additional questions from the council? Not seeing any. I will open it up for public comment.
Provide public comment through Zoom. Please use the raise hand feature. I see no public comment.
Thank you. I will close the public comment and bring it back for a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution approving a memorandum of understanding pertaining to compensation and working conditions for San Rafael Police Mid-Management Association, July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye. That motion carries 4-0.
Okay, and then the last 3 agenda items, 8F, G, and H, I'm going to discuss all of those together. These are the salary resolutions containing salary and benefit changes for the unrepresented executive management, mid-management, and elected city clerk and elected city attorney. So the executive management group consists of 13 positions that represent our department directors who lead and direct the ongoing city services to achieve city council goals. There are 27 mid-manager positions included in the unrepresented mid-management group. And there is 1 elected city clerk and 1 elected part-time city attorney. The staff report describes the major elements of the new salary resolutions, which cover the 3-year period from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024. In summary, salary increases for unrepresented positions depend on the extent to which each position is behind in the labor market and are in line with the equity approach and increases that have been proposed for non-safety bargaining groups for the same 3-year period. In addition, staff is recommending restoration of the 3% base wage increase that employees in these groups did not receive due to the timing of the COVID-19 pandemic and the extension of the prior salary resolution for 2021. Staff is also recommending repayment of the furlough reduction taken by unrepresented employees in fiscal year 2021, which was implemented in anticipation of projected revenue losses due to the pandemic that did not materialize. This repayment will not result in additional pension costs and is subject to normal taxation. So the cost of the new resolutions is as follows. For executive management, approximately $798,000 ongoing, plus $74,200 in one-time costs for the furlough repayment. For mid-management, approximately $1,065,000 plus $110,700 in one-time costs for the furlough repayment. And for the elected city clerk and elected city attorney, approximately $95,000 ongoing, plus $12,600 in one-time costs for the furlough repayment. Staff recommends that you approve the salary resolutions for unrepresented executive management, mid-management, and elected city clerk and elected city attorney. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Any questions of Sylvia? Not seeing any. City clerk, can we have public comment on all 3 items at once? Okay, so I'm accepting public comment for item F, G, and H.
Thank you. And you can use the raise hand feature on Zoom if you'd like to provide public comment. I see none.
Okay, I will close the public comment and bring it back to the council for a motion. And I know we'll have to have 3 separate motions as these are 3 separate agenda items.
I'll take the first one.
Okay.
Adopt a resolution establishing the compensation and working conditions for unrepresented executive management employees, July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024, and FY 20 to 21 furlough repayment.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0.
I'll take the next one. I move that we adopt a resolution establishing the compensation and working conditions for unrepresented mid-management employees. Wait a minute, am I doing the right one?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you are.
Okay, good. July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024, and fiscal year 2021 furlough repayment.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz,
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0. And then item H.
I can do H. I move we adopt a resolution establishing the compensation and working conditions for the elected city clerk and elected part-time city attorney, July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024, and fiscal year 20 to 21 furlough repayment.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0. Thank you, Sylvia, so much. This really is representative of months of hard work with the labor unions and good faith bargaining all the way along. And we're really appreciative that we've been able to approve all of these. We're excited to have this behind us. So thank you. Okay, the last item on our agenda is the San Rafael Successor Agency. Is there any item to be held from the consent calendar? Okay, I don't see any item being held, so I will open public comment on the consent calendar, which is, I was going to just say what it was, which was the Successor Agency Quarterly Investment Report.
Yeah, to provide public comment, please use the raise hand feature. I see no public comment.
I will close.
I move that we adopt the consent calendar.
Motion moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Vice Chair Bushy.
Aye.
Member Hill.
Aye.
Member Kurtz.
Aye.
Chair Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0. I don't see any other items on the agenda. I'm sure there's still staff out there waving at us through the Zoom lens. See, look, they're sitting there. Look, see, we thought we were alone. This is public servants at the highest right there. But it is 11:12, so this meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.